Well, well, well. We are so back. We are so back, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? It's deadline day. FPL is finally here. Like, we've been waiting for how long? For so long. But today is the day. How is everyone doing today? Hope you are all very well. Say hello in the chat if you are here, I suppose. I just need to tweet out this stream just so people know we're streaming today. And we've got a whole bunch of FPL to talk about for the next 4 hours until deadline. That is a long time to be streaming, but we're going to be taking you all the way until deadline today. So, yeah, looking forward to it. FPL late, yeah, FPL late in the chat. I mean, like, give me some credit. It's a 4-hour long stream until deadline, so it's like, is it really late? Sure, it's a little bit. It's like a couple of minutes later than I hoped to start, but really, more like 4 hours early. You know, like deadline stream, what is usually 1 hour, 2 hours maybe before deadline. We're technically almost 2 hours early. So, you know, FPL early today, I should say. Yes. Lorenzo says, I thought you were going to Fest. Yeah, I am going to Fantasy Football Fest. I'm gonna have to dart off very, very quickly after the FPL deadline at 6:30, just to catch a train into London. But yeah, it's going to be a nice night to see all of the good friends and people in the community in the FPL world this evening over at Fantasy Football Fest. Do you want to see the team? All right, let me throw the team on screen for you guys. Like, this is like a unique scenario. Usually, when I post my team, all of the comments like on YouTube are like, Dan, this is a terrible team. You have not cooked at all. But actually, I think the comments have been reasonably positive on my team this year. So, you know what? Maybe we cook this year. Maybe we're cooking. Maybe. I'm not 100% locked in, but, you know, we've got a few hours. We need to go over some team news as well. I'm just going to post a tweet. Just going to post a tweet to let people know the stream. Maybe I should post on Instagram as well. And then we'll come to the chat and start saying hello, start answering some questions when a few more people arrive. So what should I tweet out? Live on YouTube until the deadline. Oh, by the way, guys, we're doing the FPL team name World Cup today because we've got quite a few hours to kill. We're going like we gotta plan some games. We gotta plan some games and activities. 4-hour mega stream. We need all answering your final questions. Playing some games and activities. And revealing last minute news and injuries and leaks. News and leaks. And revealing my final team. Come say hi, and a waving emoji. And a little finger to point to the link. Right, okay. By the way, guys, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, we did already post basically saying, give me your best FPL team name suggestions for this year. And already there are 700 replies. Hang on, I got to show you this, guys. I got to show you this. Because it's crazy. It is crazy. Where are we going? Here we are. 700 replies already. So there's a lot of teams, a lot of team names that are going to go into the team name World Cup. It's going to be pretty crazy, but we've got to try and narrow it down to 32 teams. There are a few raunchy ones in there, but this is a family show. It's a family-friendly show, so we can't include some of them, but there's many good ones that we definitely can include. Some of them like made me laugh out loud, like physically bursting out laughing. So some of these I cannot wait to share with you. Scott says, hey Dan, catch you at Fest. Yeah, man, like, see you at Fest. Like, anyone who is going to Fantasy Football Fest this evening, yeah, it'd be good to see you guys there. I think there's actually still a few tickets left, actually. I might be wrong, but yeah, if anyone's heading down there or thinking about heading down there, it's in Vauxhall in London. Not the car, the place in London. And I think that actually started at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. maybe. But it's running all the way through the night. So yeah, there'll be plenty of time to catch some of you guys there later. So there we go. Right, should we do it? Let's do a couple of questions or whatever first, and then we can go and I guess start off this team name World Cup. I love the FPL team name World Cup. I really, really do. All right, let's see what we've got. Raphael says, weren't you a commentary YouTuber before FPL content? Yes, Raphael, long time ago. In a former life, yeah. Wasn't the life for me, but we're back now. Elon says, what's the FPL code for your league? It should be in the video description or the stream description, so you can check that out in there. Thoughts on Kieran Dewsbury Hall? I quite like him, actually. Yeah, I think if you feel that you need to go down to a 5 million man and that's going to really benefit your team, then I don't see why not. I think ideally you would take a 5.5, but if you feel that 0.5 million can go a long way, then yeah, I don't see why not. You know, because often we do find ourselves that we build the perfect FPL team and then it says minus 0.5 million in the bank, and then you're like, oh man, this sucks. I got my perfect team, but you know, it's just slightly unaffordable. And but then suddenly you realize you can drop your 5.5 million midfielder down to a Dewsbury Hall, and then suddenly it's like, yes, it works. It finally works. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Thoughts on Rutter? Jorginho Rutter is one of my favorite differentials in the game, and if it wasn't for his fixtures, I mean, let's go on the fixture ticker on Hub. By the way, guys, last chance to get the money back if you don't win your mini league deal for Fantasy Football Hub. There is a link in the description, and every time you sign up for Hub, it really does massively help to support the channel. It really, really does. So thank you everyone who has been signing up to Fantasy Football Hub using my link. That is, you know, it keeps the channel afloat. I have to be totally honest with you guys. It really, really does. So yeah, thanks to everyone who's been signing up using the link. And if you haven't done already, definitely do recommend it. I'm a 5-year Hub subscriber. This is not just me promoting it because I want to get money. It is genuinely a really awesome tool, and I was using it long before they paid me to tell you to sign up. A long time. And I use it all the time, still to this day. All the time. Right, so yeah, looking through the fixture ticker, you can kind of see it. And we can order this by, let's order this by attack. Maybe that improves things a little bit. But it does put Brighton as the 15th best team in the Premier League for opening fixtures, this opening 6 fixtures in terms of the attacking potential there. So I think there are some worrying fixtures in here. Fulham, Everton, Man City, Bournemouth away, New Look Spurs, Chelsea away. I don't think there's a single good fixture in there. Now, maybe some people will have some arguments and say, you know, Bournemouth, you know, fresh look in their defense. And if it was Bournemouth, game week 1, 2, maybe 3, I would be like, yeah, okay, fine. But Bournemouth away in game week 4 doesn't hit the same to me as Bournemouth game week 1 or 2. It doesn't hit the same, because they're going to have a little more time to gel there. So I love Jorginho Rutter as a pick, and I can definitely see him in my team at some point this season. It's the fixtures, really, that are putting me off, because there is a bit of a goal spread at Brighton generally. You have to wonder, how many goals are there up for offer in these opening 6 games for Brighton? I mean, let's take it a little further. Let's see, when do Brighton's fixtures get a little better, perhaps? Is there a jumping on point that looks kind of obvious? I mean, maybe game week 7, maybe more like game week 10 actually looks pretty nice for Brighton. If you're going for like a game week, 12, 13 wild card, somewhere around there, then there's probably scope to include at least one Brighton player in there. And Jorginho would be the guy. So yeah, I like Jorginho Wijnaldum. It's a blast from the past. Jorginho Roter. Yeah, I like him, man. I like him, man. I like him a lot. There we go. Right, what else we got in the chat here? We need to look at some to update you guys on the latest injury news as well. So, what have we got? Thoughts on Chris Richards? Yeah, one of my favorite 4.5 million picks. Big fan of Chris Richards, the big American man with a big afro. Or sometimes not an afro, sometimes braids, which is also pretty cool. Yeah, but I really like him as a pick, but more so as a rotation pick. So he's currently in my team, and as a 4.5 million, he's kind of a guy who I would like to play in some games, but not all. Forest at home in Game Week 2, I like Game Week 4 and 5 for him. I like Game Week 7 for him as well. I am planning a free hit in Game Week 6, so I'm not too worried about that one. So really, I'm looking to bench him in 1 and 3. Outside of that, I'll be looking to play him in every game week, all the way up until Game Week 9, probably bench him against Brentford. But genuinely, if you're free hitting in Game Week 6, a Crystal Palace defender like Chris Richards is good for all but 1, 2, 3 game weeks, all the way up to like Game Week 15. You can play him every week, bar 3 game weeks, and feel comfortable. Obviously excluding that Liverpool game. So that's a lot of longevity, a lot of you get a lot out of that. A lot out of that, to be fair. FPL Chris says, enjoy yourself at Festan. I certainly will do, mate. I certainly will do. Duncan says, Porro and Richards or Van der Ven and Munoz. That's a really good question. It genuinely is. I am considering maybe potentially doubling up on the Crystal Palace defense. It basically depends on the rest of the transfer window and how they start the season. But certainly what you could do is maybe think about moving Porro to Munoz at some point. But as we mentioned, Burnley at home and Bournemouth early on in the season, I think is quite nice, particularly at home. There's a lot of nice fixtures here for Pedro Porro, but there's also scope to move him to Munoz. Would I do it in Game Week 1? I think because Pedro Porro's opening fixtures are just that bit better. Like, he's playable certainly in 2 out of the opening 3. You can maybe play him in 3 or 3. Munoz, in fairness, you would probably play against Chelsea and Aston Villa. You probably play him all of the first 3, but it's like your maybe expectations in those games for him are a little bit lesser, potentially. Paul says, my team will destroy yours. What? Good, Paul. Good. You know, you've got to have confidence in your team, man. I'm glad you found that. Duncan says, I agree. Just it would save a transfer. Yeah, so it is true. It is true. It's definitely something I've toyed with, for sure. I think I like being able to rotate Richards and play Porro with confidence. And I also like that Richards, versus Van der Ven. Richards probably has a bit more attacking threat than Van der Ven. I know that's going to sound controversial, given Van der Ven just scored in the Super Cup. But, Van der Ven is not great aerially, from those set pieces. He's not perfect. And I think Chris Richards is a little stronger in that regard. Plus, Richards, we already have that history, that knowledge that not only are Crystal Palace a top defence, but also that he will be getting defensive contributions based on last season's data. So there's some real nice positives for Richards that I think Van der Ven, he is a great stopgap. Well, not even stopgap, a great filler player, really. 4.5 million, can play in most weeks. Van der Ven is very useful that way. But I think Pedro Porro can do just as well as Munoz, if not better. I think they may be similar. And I think previously maybe Munoz, but I think Porro with the set pieces, the free kicks, the corners. That is maybe, to me, throw the fixes in there as well. To me, that is kind of leveled Porro and Munoz up. But then we've got to look at Richards versus Van der Ven. When we talk about the rotations from, your bench to your starting 11. And what we know about Richards, I think Richards is a better pick than Van der Ven in an individual 1v1 basis. So I like one of each. I like both combinations, but this one is the one I think I'm slightly more confident in. So this is what I'm going to be rocking with. But they're both good. They're both good. By the way, guys, if you are a member of the channel, if you're any kind of member of the channel, actually, you're going to get priority replies in the chat. I've set the price for basic membership at the lowest price YouTube will possibly let me use it, but you're going to get priority replies. You're going to get custom emojis in the chat, on video comments and stuff like that. And I massively appreciate the support on the channel from you guys. YouTube channels are nothing without their audiences. But if you do want to upgrade to the starting 11 membership level or above, we'll rate your team today. So if there's anyone who is at the starting 11 membership level in the chat today, make yourself known. We'll rate your team today. No problem. And that includes new members as well. Right, I want to see some team news because, as you probably can see, down at the bottom here, we've got the news tab. We've got the news feed, and I haven't actually updated it today. So we need to update it. We need to get the latest news in there. So, where's the best place to find this kind of news? There's a few Twitter accounts I quite like. Ben Dinnery. Let's have a look at Ben Dinnery. We got a super chat here from Tio. What's up, Tio? Thank you for the $5 Australian. And as is tradition on the FPL Mate channel, we will be responding to all the super chats in my way there. We will be responding to all super chats in Australian dollars in an Australian accent, as is tradition. I better get back in front of my microphone here. So, Tio says, my team sells Porro, Nori, Nico, Salah, Gakpo, Palmer, Reinders, Joao, Watkins, Konsa, Esteves, and Esteval, probably there, and also Gu. I want Cuckoo in. What do you think, mate? Well, I've got a great answer for you, Tio. I quite like your team, actually, to be fair. Maybe you could go a little cheaper. I don't think you need both Sills and Nico Williams. I think you can maybe take one of them out. I don't think you need both. So is there, possibility to maybe downgrade Sells to a 4.5 million goalkeeper? Verbruggen would probably be my choice. And then maybe Nico up to Cucurella. Do you need that much money in the team there? Pedro Porro could go down to Van de Ven. Nico could go up to Cucurella. And that, I think, would be absolutely grouse. Bloody oath, mate. That's what I would do. And another super chat in Australian dollars from Aaron, who says, do you think Tarkowski is still a good pick? And I have to say, Aaron, my estimations of Tarkowski have come down. To be totally honest with you, after the Branthwaite injury, I've cooled on Tarkowski just a little bit. I still think Tarkowski is a good pick. Now, let's just make that perfectly clear. However, is he as good of a pick as he maybe was 2-3 days ago? Probably not. So it's a difficult one. I think he is still a good pick, but I probably am leaning, if we're looking for 5.5 million defenders, I'm probably leaning now more towards the likes of Murillo for similar defensive contributions, maybe with slightly better fixtures and playing for a defence that we maybe have a little bit more confidence in. You know what Nottingham Forest are all about, just those that pure defensive kind of energy that they have. And I'm looking at Pedro Porro, I'm looking at maybe Munoz. So that's kind of what I would go for, I think, over Tarkowski. But I still do think Tarkowski is a good pick, and he's definitely a player you still need to be considering, regardless of that Branthwaite injury. There's Mikolenko injury as well, don't forget about that. So it's going to be kind of 2 out of 4 of the 4 at the back for Everton that we saw last season that will be playing in the new season, or certainly in game week 1 anyway. We'll see how those injuries settle down. Right, I think that's enough for that accent. Let's have a look at some of the other chats here. We've got Bart Verbruggen with a super chat. Crazy. Bart Verbruggen says, Rodgers and Mateta or Reinders and Watkins? Good question. I think I would go for Reinders and Watkins, though. Mateta's opening 3 fixtures don't fill me with joy, and I know that Rodgers is fit. He is available. He has been training, but I am a little concerned about his minutes in game week 1. I think that could maybe, he's not going to be a 90-minute man, I don't think, in game week 1, necessarily. add Mateta and his tough fixtures. I think I prefer Reinders and you know the sensible guy that is Watkins. That is Watkins. Here for FPL says I missed a super chat. Missed your super chat. It's not showing up for me. It's not bad at all. The accent's not bad, is it? As an Aussie, your Australian accent is actually decent, mate. Thank you. Do West Indian? That sounds like something that might get me in trouble. I can't find this super chat here for FPL. You want me to do it in a Swedish accent though? Let's see if I can find it. If I can find it, I will. Oh, here it is. It is in Korean krona. I don't know a Swedish accent. I mean, I could give it a go. I don't know how to do a Swedish accent. Mate, Williams, and Roger. I don't even know what I'm doing. What does a Swedish person sound like? I need to think. Swedish. No, that's more Dutch. I can't do it. I'll do a Dutch accent. There you go. That's close enough. Mate, Williams and Rogers versus Sar and Murillo. Close enough. Which one would I go for there? Maybe, you know what? I'm open to Williams and Rogers. I'm open to that one. I don't think that's the worst shout in the world. I can't lie. I think that's maybe down to preference thing. I am a little worried about Rogers game week 1, but I think the other thing is because I have Watkins, I don't know if I want to double up there. But if you don't have Watkins, I probably would go for Rogers, to be fair. I think that would be a pretty decent one. Oh, here for FPL, upgraded to starting 11 membership. Legend, let's go. We'll definitely rate your team then here for FPL. We'll do it. All right, I don't think we'll do any more Northern European accents today. It's not an easy watch. Or listen, to be fair. You know, don't get me wrong, we are here to entertain whilst talking about FPL, but, you know, we don't want to cause too much pain. Reem says, it's my friend's birthday. Can you wish happy birthday to Sashant? Yes, I can. Happy birthday, Sashant. Hopefully your birthday brings some deadline day and FPL joy and glory. Right, let's did a Sean Connery, yeah, close. Yeah, let's have a look and find some team news and we can start filling up the ticker. So let's try and find the most interesting ones here. So Wolves team news: Mascara could be included in the matchday squad after a year out with an ACL. New signing David Muller-Wolf is available. Is he in FPL yet, by the way? Because like 2 days ago when I checked, he wasn't even in FPL. So I don't even know what his price is or anything like that. Let's have a look here. So it should be a defender, right? I don't know how we even order this. Can you see him? On the next page. I think genuinely. Oh, he's in. 4.5. Okay, makes sense. They finally added him. Crazy. Took that long. I don't think there's too much interesting stuff there coming out of Wolves, though. FPL relevant anyway. We've got a couple of more super chats here. Right, think you know Bull says triple captain Salah game week 1 or Saka game week 2. Neither, I think, mate. Neither. I think if I'm gonna go for a triple captain, we're looking really at Salah in game week 4 is probably the earliest. But I'm more likely to go for Sunderland at home in game week 14 or Leeds away in game week 15. And I think that'll be enough time to really judge how good are the newly promoted teams. Are any of them looking like they're struggling a little bit? Which one should we be targeting? And we should get that kind of information long before this kind of time, really. So I'm waiting for 14 or 15 on Salah, but I'm also open to the idea, particularly if I've wildcarded by this point, which I imagine I will have. I'm open to Leeds at home for Haaland in 13, Sunderland at home for Haaland in game week 15. Burnley at home in game week 6 for Haaland is a possibility as well. So that's where I would personally go for it. I think there's you know, scope for a little bit of patience there. User 3773 did put in a super chat, but the message is redacted, so I'm not sure what that one said, but thank you. Tyler is asking a non-FPL question here, apparently. If you could go back in time, would you give a caveman an iPad? No, like, let's take this question deadly seriously. Let's take this really seriously. If you were to go back in time and give a caveman an iPad, this is, yeah, by the way, guys, yes, this is an FPL stream. Apparently, this is an FPL stream. But if you were to go back in time, give a caveman an iPad, what would they do on it? There would be no internet anywhere. We're talking what? Let's say conservatively 150,000 years ago. I think that's a good definition of a caveman. You could go a little bit further if you wanted to, but let's go 150,000 years ago. They're going to be waiting 150,000 years before the invention of the internet. So it's not really that useful in that regard. Then we've got the charge issue. Even if you load up that that iPad with Candy Crush and, I don't know, Subway Surfers, what as soon as that iPad runs out of battery, that's it. What is a caveman going to do with an iPad? He's going to have it for like, what, 15 hours of use, going to play a little bit of Angry Birds, and that's done. So would I give a caveman an iPad? No. I think there are more useful things you could give to a caveman. But anyway, we should probably talk about FPL. But Tyler, great question. Always happy to answer non-FPL related questions in a very serious way. Luke here with the next super chat. With the super chats here are absolutely flowing, by the way, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who is throwing in the super chats today. Luke says, what are your opinions of Palmer, Salah, Sarr, and Jai and Ndoye? Saves a lot for forwards and defence. I just think my mid is very, very weak. Palmer, Salah, great. We know that. Not too much discussion needs to be said there. I personally think I would leave myself open to a slightly more expensive midfielder in there alongside, you know, Palmer and Salah. Because Palmer and Salah are locks in your team. You're not going to sell them. You know, they're not cash cows. If we get to a situation where suddenly you want Bruno, you want Wirtz, maybe you want Rodgers, you know, maybe Alanga or Gordon, I don't know. There's plenty of Eza, you know, he moves to Spurs, starts cooking, he's 7.5 million. You want to get to these kind of players. It's going to take you a minimum of 2 transfers in order to get to one of those players, because you're not going to sell Palmer, you're not going to sell Salah, and you're going to have to upgrade one of Sarr, who you're not going to want to upgrade after a few weeks, because his fixtures will be brilliant after that. And Jai has some pretty strong fixtures, I think, but maybe there's scope there, and Ndoye has some good fixtures. I just, I don't know. If one of your forwards is Haaland, fine. You've got 3 really expensive players. That makes sense. But if it's because, you know, you've got Gyökeres in your team, or, you know, you've got your whole defense is 6 million defenders, or a 5.5 million goalkeeper, I think at that point, you could probably make some downgrades to upgrade one of your midfielders. Remember, midfielders every year in FPL make up the majority of the top 10 most highest scoring players in FPL. They have the best access to points of any player in the game. So midfielders are key, and it's not really a place I would like to go cheap on, to be honest. So there you go. There you go. Right, Charlie with the Australian dollars. Charlie McGregor says, hey Dan, long time. Am I crazy going about with Salah triple captain? Well, Charlie, I don't think you're crazy, mate. I think I think there is some reason to go for it. It looks like the best fixture of Game Week 1. My question is, can we have a little bit of patience here? I know some people like to get out the gates with a few points there, but generally speaking, I think I would prefer, there's going to be plenty of opportunities. You know, Salah will play the newly promoted teams 3 times in the first half of the season. There's 3 opportunities right there. Haaland will have another 3 opportunities. So there's 6 opportunities total. If you want to throw in a Cole Palmer in there for his, you know, games against the newly promoted sides, there's 9 opportunities outside of Game Week 1. So do I think it's crazy going with Salah triple captain? No, I don't think it's crazy, but I think it's a little impatient, and maybe you could hold off a little bit, get the lay of the land, understand, try and figure out what's going on in the Premier League, who are the best players, who are the worst teams, before making a big decision like that. Harley says, I recently subbed to Fantasy Football Hub via your link, of course. Thank you so much, Harley. It really does help out a whole bunch, my friend. And Yeah, Harley, let me know what you're thinking about Hub so far as a full member. Like, how are you getting on with it? I think it's brilliant. Thoughts on Sanchez plus Ina plus Kieran Dewsbury Hall versus Sells, Tossin, and Wilson? I already have Nico Williams. If you have Nico Williams, I don't think I'd go for Ina. I'd maybe be more open to Sells. I'm not a massive fan of Ina as a pick generally, to the extent where if you are going for the Sanchez, Ina, Dewsbury Hall combo, I think I would probably maybe modify that slightly, Harley, and I'd go for a 4.5 million goalkeeper, maybe Verbruggen, then upgrade that Ina to Murillo, and then you can still have Dewsbury Hall there. So I think that's the way I would probably want to split the budget there between your goalkeeper and your defender there. That's personally what I would do anyway. So out of the two combos, I think the first one is safer. The second one is a little riskier. But I think with a tweak, the first one can not only be safe, but actually a little bit more powerful. But that's just my opinion, my friend. If it's between the two, I prefer the first one. All right, user 3773 says Watkins and Reinders or Joao Pedro and Njai plus 0.5 million. I think I'd go Watkins and Reinders. I think, yeah, Watkins is just safe, secure. You know what you're going to get. And I think Reinders actually could do okay in the opening games. Let's keep moving through these super chats. Apologies if I miss any super chats, by the way, guys. There is a lot, so I'm trying to get through them as best as I can. The Van Venture says got both Porro and Van der Ven. Swap Van der Ven. You could do. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. To another super chat, crazy. I don't think it's the worst move in the world to have double Spurs defense, but I don't know if it's something I don't know if it's something I would necessarily prioritize. If there's another 4.5 million defender you like, then maybe you could go there. I could understand that, but I don't think you have to. Before we keep moving, here for FPL says I'll try with the team then. All right, here for FPL. Let's see your team. I can't do a Swedish accent though. I'm so sorry. Maybe you can teach me. Maybe you can teach me. Right, so this is your team. Remember, guys, anyone at the starting 11 membership level or above, I will rate all of your teams. So we've got Sanchez, Dubravka, Porro, Williams, Juve, Richards, Steve, Salah, Palmer, Bruno, Rogers, Reinders, Watkins, JP, and Gu. Is that my team? Oh, no, it's not. What's the difference? You've got Rogers. You've got Rogers and Williams. I've got Murillo and Njai currently. Yeah, here for FPL. I love that team, man. I like it. I like that a lot. No notes. Brilliant. That's a 10 out of 10 team. Maybe 9.5. I don't want to throw out the 10 out of 10s willy-nilly. SA has put in a super chat, but no message. I appreciate it, SA. I don't know if you meant to put in a message there or not. Charlie McGregor, extra $2.99 Australian dollars. Extra for the exit. Is Rogers a must-have? I don't think Rogers is a must-have player. He's a good pick. He's a pretty decent pick, and I think he will be a great pick, but he's not a must-have for me. No. If he was a must-have, he'd be in my team. There you go. V1C with another Australian dollars super chat and with a anime profile picture. I'm actually wearing an anime top right now, to be fair. Any anime fans in the house? Any anime fans? We've got a little Hunter little number on. It's got all the characters on the back as well. Great stuff. But anyway, V1C Vic says, "Hi Dan, should I go for Sarr or Tielemans plus 0.5?" That's a coin toss for me. I think I would probably lean towards Sarr though. Zebdo says, "How long's the stream?" We'll be streaming until deadline, so another over 3 hours. We're going for a little while longer yet. Don't you worry about that. Right, we're almost through the super chats, guys. So Hill says, Allison, Virgil van Dijk, Diaz, Van der Ven, Murphy, Kudus, Salah, Palmer, Tielemans, Watkins, Mateta, bench of Dubravka, Konsa, Wan-Bissaka, Nemecha. Any suggestions? Yeah, I would probably drop Nemecha to Mark U, get the 0.5 out of that. You're never going to use that position anyway, so it doesn't seem like too much point in and having the Metro. He's not even going to play. I think Mark Hughes' minutes potential is probably similar, if not better than Metra's. So Murphy's got to go. He's serious rotation risk now. So I take him out. Diaz is I think players like Alisson, Diaz are not really my style. Van de Ven's fine. Alisson I'd probably drop to Sanchez. Diaz I'd probably go to like Murillo. And then, you know, so if you do that, you maybe swap Murphy out for someone else who's maybe a little bit more secure for minutes. I think the rest of the team, maybe, yeah, drop down to Metra. The rest of the team is brilliant. I'd want to play Watkins game week 1, though. Not Watkins, sorry, Wan-Bissaka. I'd want to play him game week 1 against Sunderland. So there you go. That's what I would do. So Hill, hopefully that helps you out a little bit. Ben Scott, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Hammocks from Norway says, for 22.5 million, please pick one goalkeeper, one defender, and two mids from Verbruggen, Sanchez, Nico Williams, Murillo, Rogers, Gakpo, Reinders, Dewsbury Hall. I'm currently on Sanchez, Williams, Rogers, Reinders. All right, let's give this a go. Let's go for Sanchez. Sanchez, Murillo. Sanchez, Murillo, Rogers, Dewsbury Hall. I think dropping Dewsbury Hall down. Dropping Reinders down to Dewsbury Hall and upgrading Williams to Murillo is worth it. I think. I think I would do that personally. But then you could also say dropping Reinders down and upgrading Rogers to Gakpo could be pretty nice as well. But I don't think I'd be as keen on that one. So yeah, I think I would do Reinders to Dewsbury Hall and Williams to Murillo. That's what my choice would be. Duncan says not anime but K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh yeah, I've not watched that, but I have seen it advertised actually. Dan Edo says Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood clears all other anime. I don't have much argument for that, to be fair. I don't have much argument. I tend to agree. It's not my favorite anime, but it's you know, top 10 for sure, and probably top 3 to be fair. And it is brilliant. It is brilliant. Cool wow. Australian dollars. We're back to the Australian accents, guys, for the Cool Wow Australian dollars super chat. And Cool Wow says, I need a midfielder. I have 8 million. Salah, Rogers, Palmer, Reinders are in at the moment. Inkling says Kudus, but unsure, to be honest, is not sold on the 6.5 million options. I mean, you can always drop Rogers down to a 6.5 million at a later date if you want to. But you need to. Oh, this is so hard to keep doing this accent, man. You have 8 million. So you need to spend some of that 8 million on a new proper grouse new midfielder. But who would you go for? I would say that, I mean, Kudus is fine. If you like Kudus, you should go for him. I quite like Kudus as well. And Jai is the template pick. You could go for Ismail Assar as well. I'd say those 3 are probably my top 3 right now. So maybe I'd go for one of them. But you'll have 2 midfielders at that price point. If you have 8 million, is it worth just trying to maybe go for Florian Wirtz and maybe dropping Rogers down to Kudus? That's an option for you as well. Maybe I'd do something like that. Cool, wow. But yeah, I don't hate the 6.5 million options. I think there's some value there, and there's also some opportunity to bounce around, switch between them if things don't work out. Right, Anurag says thoughts on Sanchez, Porro, Milenkovic, Anderson, Salah, Palmer, Bruno, and Jai, Reinders, Mateta, or Pedro, Joao Pedro, and Watkins with Richards, Esteve, Gui, bench. Yeah, no, I like it. Yeah, I like it. Anurag, I think that's a really strong team. It's very similar to mine, I think. You've got Milenkovic and Anderson in there, maybe some slight differences, but it's a strong team, man. I really like it. Yeah. I think you're there, Anurag. If I'm totally honest, I think you're there. I think you're pretty much ready to go. I wouldn't worry about tinkering with your team too much. I think you're okay. It looks good, mate. All right, we're so nearly done with the super chats. I keep saying this, but they keep coming in. The Van Venture says, have swapped Van de Ven for Juve, kept Porro. Yeah, that works. That works. Nice. Nicely done. Nicely done. And that is all of the super chats appearing for me. SA with another Australian dollars super chat with no message though. Oh, here's the message from SA. Please help me choose 2 cheap Gameweek 1 goalkeepers for bench boost. Love your streams, mate. Thank you so much, SA. 2 cheap Gameweek 1 goalkeepers. I guess Verbruggen and Petrov. I'm not going to play Petrovic Gameweek 1, are you? Yeah, the second one is a little tougher if you're looking. I guess 4.5 cheap, right? Do you fancy a go on Dubravka? Pause. I'll be looking at, I think, Verbruggen first against Fulham at home. And then the second one, I don't really know who I'd go for. Maybe take a risk on Dubravka and hope he starts Gameweek 1, but that doesn't fill me with confidence. There's not really any other 4.5s I'm huge on. Maybe Kelleher? He has got a knock. But, like, it's really tough. I don't really know. I don't really love the look of any others. You can't really go for Areola because he's rotation risk. I don't know if it's possible, man. It might have to be back to the drawing board on that one. Craig, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you, my friend. You know what I'm going to do, actually? How am I going to do this? I'm going to make a Google Drive. So starting 11 members can drop a screenshot of their team into the drive. And we'll rate those teams. Let's do that. In fact, there should actually already be one there. Yeah, so if you are a starting 11 member or above, go ahead and go to my main channel like homepage, and there should be a community message you can see. So hang on, I'll show you where it is. So YouTube/FPL Mate. So if you are a member of this at the starting 11 tier or above, go to posts. I'm not going to click it because it will leak it, but click on the posts button, which is not videos, not shorts, not live, not playlists, but posts. There will be a post that only you guys can see with a Google Drive folder, and just drop your a screenshot of your FPL team into that Google Drive folder, and I'll rate it for you. So that's for starting 11 members, tiers or above. So yeah, that would be awesome. That's good with you guys. Cool. Right. Jack Rutherford with another Australian. Why are there so many Australian dollar super chats, guys? I can't handle it. I can't keep doing this accent. Maybe I'd stop doing the accent for a bit. Right, Jack says, thoughts on Rice? Could be a still playing more advanced with Zubimendi in. Feels like he's a sucker for a goal. Better DEFCON in the more difficult games. Possibly, but if he is playing more advanced, you would expect less defensive contributions to perhaps last season, on average, I guess. Even though he did play a little more advanced a lot of last season, to be fair. But yeah, could get the occasional free kick. He will take some corners, but the fixtures aren't great. I don't love him for 6.5. So I don't think we can call him a steal. But if he was 6 million... yeah, maybe more so. If he was 5.5 million, yeah, definitely would be like top of my list. But yeah, I think there is maybe better value at 6.5, even 5.5 potentially, than Rice. So I don't think he's a steal. I think he's an option. We'll throw that one out there. Hammocks is giving me his team here. Sanchez, Juve, Williams, Porro, Bruno, Palmer, Salah, Reinders, Rogers, Pedro, Watkins, Dorgu, Gu, Esteve. Thoughts? Yeah, that is to me it's like a solid 9 out of 10 team minimum. You might have some worries about Rogers Gameweek 1. Dorgu is a bit of a wild card, but I can definitely see him doing well. That's like a 9.5, 10 out of 10 team. Yeah, you're ready to go, Hammocks. You're ready to go. Turn the stream off, Hammocks. You're done. You're ready. You can go enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Chill out. Go if it's sunny where you are. I don't know if it is. Certainly is where I am. Go and chill out. Put your feet up. Have a beer, mate. because your team is ready to go. Joshua says, opinions on picking Konsa. It's not for me. I understand why some people are picking Konsa. Aston Villa, reasonably good defence with some good fixtures, but there is no defensive contribution potential there for Konsa. I think going by last season's data, Konsa would have only got defensive contributions once during the entire season, which is, I mean, no offence, Konsa, no offence, Esri, but it's pathetic. Do better, mate. Come on. But yeah, also not too much goal threat. So it's difficult. The changes in the point scoring system have unfortunately made Konsa a worse option. And he's not the only player who has made it a worse option either. Aston Villa play with possession. Like, that's their play style. The defensive contribution points are to basically make teams that get dominated get more FPL points. Like, put simply, Arsenal are not going to get DEFCON. Aston Villa aren't going to get DEFCON. Man City will struggle to get DEFCON as well. Any team, Chelsea, any team that plays well, plays with possession, is going to struggle for these kind of points. Newcastle as well. Liverpool outside of Virgil, unlikely. It's the way it is. And yeah, Aston Villa maybe are suffering from success in FPL terms. Average YouTube enjoyer says, nobody is even mentioning Marmoush. Is he that bad? I don't think he is that bad. He's just a bit of a trap. Like Pep Roulette, man. I actually bought a... You know what? I'll save it for another stream. You're going to have to subscribe, guys. You're going to have to subscribe for a little treat in a future stream. We have come prepared. We have come prepared. But not for today. So there we go. Is Richards nailed? 30 plus starts. He's nailed as long as he's fit. If Richards is fit, he plays. I think it's pretty much as simple as that. How to send screenshots, says Ryan. Yeah, if you are a member at the starting 11 tier or above, or like a channel member of FPL Mate, you can do so by clicking the... I'll just show you. So, how do I show you? Oh yeah, I made this, didn't I? So if you become a channel member by clicking the join button, we'll see your team. Right, I've been trying to do this. I've been trying to do the team news stuff for so long, but you guys are too generous with the super chats. Like, honestly, it's crazy. Right, let's go back to team news because I want to run through this. I'll do super chats that come in, but I might have to do them pretty quickly. So Brucey says, Watkins, Wirtz, and Fulkrug, or Gyökeres, Rodgers, and Joao Pedro. I would say Watkins, Wirtz, and Fulkrug I prefer out of those two options. S. Semel says Murillo or Munoz, have Sells in goal. If you have Sells in goal, you can maybe go for Munoz. But then is there an argument to say go for Murillo and go for Henderson in goal? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm going to say Murillo. Yeah, just do the double up, man. Why not? Mesho says Sanchez, Dubravka, and Anderson, or two rotation goalkeepers toss in for bench boost Gameweek 2. I would stick with Sanchez, Dubravka, and Anderson, personally. Right, more team news. We've done Wolves, Aston Villa, A. Martinez suspended, as we know. Morgan Rogers is recovered from an ankle injury. So let's throw that down. Oh, wait, you guys can't even see this. Let's put it on screen. So let's update this. So Rogers is available for Gameweek 1. Solanke, well, we'll do Solanke, has returned from injury. Connor Bradley, status unknown. Okay, so we've got a couple of updates there in the ticker for you guys. For Pep Guardiola, yeah, I heard about this already, actually. So Kovacic is out. I think he's out until October. The other ones are ready. Foden and Rodri tomorrow, we will decide. Now, that bit I did not see. Because the last quote was Rodri was not going to be fully fit until the first international break. But he's now saying that they're ready? Yeah, that's bizarre, but hey, if that's the case, maybe Reinders might have to leave my FPL team. Oh, we're going so template now, guys. Oh, No, this is too template. Are we going to really go for Anderson? Is there no other options? Disappointed in myself, truth be told. I'm disappointed. Maybe we spice up Njai and throw in a Kudus. Let's just try this on. We've still got a few hours until deadline, but let's just try this on. Why am I taking out Reinders? Because if Rodri is going to be back for tomorrow, potentially, then suddenly Reinders is too much drama. I just do not want to deal with. I'm not playing the game of last year where you've got like Nkunku's and who was the centre back? Kwanzaa and Muniz and all of these players. Think they're going to be great picks game week 1. Suddenly you got rotations there. But yeah. The other ones are ready. Phil Foden and Rodri tomorrow we will decide. That sounds like it's close. Unless this news is wrong. If someone has a counter source, amazing. But Ben Dinnery is pretty reliable when it comes to players. I think Foden and Rodri. I think that is maybe does impact the viability of some Man City picks. Like maybe Rodri impacts Marmoush as well and Cherky if you've gone for them. So let's just throw this in here. So Rodri and Foden will be last minute decisions. And what was the other one? It was Gvardiol. Gvardiol is out for a few weeks, was it? Is it Savinho or Gvardiol who's out for a few weeks? I don't know. Let's just put Gvardiol as confirmed out. Rodri won't start, he said. Oh, Rodri's only available for a few minutes. I don't know. You know, if he's available for a few minutes, it's not good enough for me. I know you guys are saying, oh, but Reinders is amazing. Reinders is amazing. I know you guys love Reinders. I know you did. And I know that's one of the reasons why you guys actually like my FPL team this season. However, fine. Rodri plays a few minutes in game week 1, but then what about in game week 2? He plays 30 minutes. And then game week 3, he plays 60 minutes. And then game week 4, he plays 80 minutes. And then suddenly, Reinders and his minutes potential goes down, 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 every single game week until eventually I'm forced into making a transfer. Is it worth it? Is it worth the stress? Is it worth the aggravation? Is it worth the drama? Are Man City's fixtures even good enough to justify a risk like that on a pretty unknown quantity? You can say that, you know, you don't think it'll affect Reinders. You're lying to yourself. You are. I mean, it might not affect Reinders. Like, it's not like Reinders is suddenly never going to play again. I'm not saying that. But there is no doubt in my mind that Reinders, and by the way, it's not just Reinders, it's Foden as well. These players play in similar positions as the ones that Reinders is expected to play in. So if these players are available, you know, maybe game week 1, maybe game week 2, then that does damage Reinders' minutes potential. And it's up to you to kind of gauge how much it affects that, but you can't just say it doesn't affect it. It does. Reinders is a Gundogan replacement. Gundogan is still in the squad. He's still available. So who plays? You're saying, you know, if you think Reinders is going to play every week, that means that, what, Bernardo Silva can never play again, or Cherky can never play again. Like, someone's got to miss out. Man City have so many different... We're gonna deep this. We're gonna deep this. I'm sorry, this needs to be deeped. I'm not trying to put anyone off Reinders, but I think to say, oh, no, Reinders is still going to play every game, I think that's nonsense. I really do. I'm sorry, I have to say it. It's my job. It's his job. Let's do a couple of super chats real quick. Dylan, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Smee says Bruno and Murillo or Wirtz and Van Dijk. I think I prefer Bruno and Murillo. That's the combo I've gone for. Personally, what else we got here? Kaye says thoughts on Grealish. I mean, he's not going to play game week 1. I think game week 2, he probably negatively impacts Dewsbury Hall. Maybe Dewsbury Hall will have to play a bit deeper, I would imagine. A player to look out for, it depends. Yeah. So a curious player, but not one I'd be considering for game week 1. Baxter says Verbruggen, Sells, Milenkovic, Murillo, Van der Ven, Porro-Juve, Palmer, Sarr, and Jai, Gakpo, Wirtz. Bowen, Ekatike, Watkins. What do you think? I think you need one of Salah or Haaland. I mean, I'm sorry. I think for a no Haaland, no Salah draft, that is good. It is definitely a good team, for sure. But, you know, is it a bench boost game week 1? I guess. Then maybe. I don't know. I just feel like I want that security of a captain. Like, your only captain options really are it's kind of Palmer, and that's it. You're probably not going to captain Wirtz. Maybe you do, but I don't know if I love that. You're going to captain Bowen, maybe in game week 1, but outside of that, no. Watkins, maybe very rarely. So it's basically Palmer captain every week. That's, well, at least like 80% of the weeks. It's not for me. It's not for me. But I like the creativity. Anup says, will Kelleher play, as I have picked Valdemarsson for now? Yeah, I think Kelleher is probably more likely to play than Valdemarsson at this point. One of them will play. But I think it's more likely Kelleher at this point. Yeah. Okay, right. Anderson is template. Yeah, I know, man. I hate it. I hate being template as much as the next guy. Believe me, it causes me great physical and emotional pain. It really does. It hurts me within my soul. But the game's the game, and we need a good season this year. We need a good season. We need to get back to winning ways. I can only run on the reputation of that 243rd finish for so long, and I think that may have already finished, to be honest. Right, let's try and find something. Okay. Right, I'm just trying to sort this out for you guys. Make it look presentable and professional. Right now it does not. You can go a little bigger, right? So, because I want to look at Man City. Beauty. That looks pretty good. All right. Man City. Manchester City. So, let's just look at this team for a second here. This is what I did predict for game week 1. I would change it now. I'd put Kusanov here. Let's forget like all the high risk, medium risk. In fact, let me save as, because I don't want to overwrite my old one. Let me just save this. So I'm going to remove all of these just to. And I'm going to. Shall I remove the price as well? How much is Kusanov? Can someone look that up real quick for me, just so I can put his price on there? Massively appreciate you guys. I think he's 5 million, but I might be wrong. MPD says thoughts on going into game week 1 with 1 million cash in the bank. Yeah, not super keen. I think I guess I'd rather have one of the 6.5s. Wilson for 5.5 million or 5.5 million slot, or a Dingra. I think I prefer Wilson right now. Victoria's Secret says, Dan, who do you prefer, Rodgers, Strand Larson, or Tielemans, Charles Petre? Rodgers and Strand Larson, I think. He's 5.5, Kusanov. What a scam. What a scam. Okay. So, let's think about this sensibly for a second. So, this is something like what the game week 1 Man City team will look like. Everyone in agreement? Good. Great. Let's move. So, then, how do you duplicate on this? Edit, is it Command D? Yeah. Then you've got Rodri. Now, Rodri will either come in instead of Gonzalez or instead of Reinders. One of the two positions. More likely, it's going to be instead of Gonzalez. But that does mean that suddenly Gonzalez is knocking there on the Reinders door. He's knocking on that door. So this we're just going ahead and saying, you know, what do we think is going to be the team week for week? Then we've got Foden. Well, also, the other thing is Reinders can also play here. He can also play in the 10. But he's not going to play in the 10. Because if Foden's back... Because let's say, a fully fit Man City team. Rodri's playing every game. Foden's getting some game time. How much is Foden, guys? 7.5? Is that right? Oh, yeah, Trafford's going to be in goal for this week. Sure. Let's just... But this is like what a fully fit... Let's write this down, see, so we've got some context. Fully fit Man City. So this is a fully fit Man City. 8 million. Thank you very much, chat. Legends as always. Again, a player I've not even looked at, so I don't know. So now we've got Reinders probably not competing for the number 10 role anymore, because if you've got Cherki and Foden, and remember, Marmoush can play there as well. Bernardo maybe. Bernardo can also play here. So Bernardo can play, you know, as one of the two midfielders in the 10 or on the right. So, again, Bernardo is another player competing in the two places that Ryder can play. You've got players like Doku, of course, as well. Maybe Cherki can move out to the wing. Cherki played a lot of game time over here. We got Oscar Bob, who can play over here. But if Oscar Bob plays, where does Bernardo play? Does he move into one of the centre mids? Quite possibly. I mean, really, let's do it more like this. It'll be maybe a bit more like this. So we've got Cherki, Foden, Bernardo in those kind of roles. Can you see what I mean? We've got Doku to think about. Where's he going to come in? Command J. Oh, wait, is it Command J or Option J? No, D. So, Doku. How much is Doku, chat? And Bob, if you would be so kind. And then we can start having a look at put some other players in. So, Doku 6.5. Yeah, we haven't even thrown in Gundogan yet. How much is Doku? How much is Bob? And how much is Gundogan? Those are the next ones I need to know. Kovacic as well. Bob 5.5. Thank you very much, Rowan. Gundogan, anyone? Duplicate again over here. Kovacic, in fairness, is out till October. So I think, we probably don't need to, from an FPL perspective, we probably don't need to worry as much about him. All right, Gundogan. Savinho, I don't think we need to worry about because he looks like he's going to potentially move to Spurs. Gundogan, 6.5. Thank you, Rory, Rowan, and Ian. So are you seeing the problem that's starting to arise? There is a lot of players. Let's say Bernardo is, one of these as well. So let's just put this like very basic. These guys want to play here. Well, maybe Cherki wants to play in one of these positions. Bernardo maybe wants to play in midfield. Doku wants to play one wing or another. Maybe he played on the left more last season. And in these more deep midfield positions, and we haven't even spoken about Kovacic because he's out a little longer. We have all of these players who all want to play in these positions. How are they all going to play? So if you want to tell me that Foden and Rodri being close to being back doesn't affect Reinders, you must be crazy. I was already a little nervous on Reinders and his minutes. I think for understandable reasons. Well, let's not talk about O'Reilly. Let's not even throw O'Reilly there. Bilbo Baggins says Reinders and Rodri will be the main CDMs. Great. What does a main CDM, a main player in a Pep Roulette system look like? What does a main player look like? Outside of Haaland, the goalkeeper, maybe Gvardiol when fit. There is no such thing as a main player. You can say, oh, a player plays maybe 60% of games, 70% of games, maybe 80%, depending on, who they are. But unless your name is Haaland, you're not getting to that 90%. Maybe a Kanjuraki can play there. Yeah, fair enough, E-Man. I mean, a fully fit Man City would be Gvardiol there anyway, to be honest. We're more looking at the midfielders. But if Foden and Rodri are close to being back, everyone's a risk. Everyone. And as much as I would love Reinders to be an option, he was literally in my FPL team. Well, he has been in my FPL team for the past 48 hours. And he was a player I was really excited to own. But I cannot sit here and tell you that Reinders is unaffected by Rodri and Foden being close to being back, because he is. And the further in time we go, the more fit these players get, the more and more at risk Reinders will be. I think Reinders is probably going to be one of Man City's best players, and I might have a really strong long future at Man City. But I would be surprised if he played 60% or more games after Gameweek 1 and 2. I think, good chance of... I mean, to be honest, I think there's a very good chance he plays one of the first 2 game weeks. But in 6 game weeks, if he starts 4 out of 6 game weeks, that's a success, I think. Do you think he will get that? And that's up to you. If you think he can get 4 out of 6 starts in the opening 6, then, and you'll be happy with that, then you should go for him. Like, I don't want to tell anyone what to do. If Andreas says, if Reinders starts and scores like he did in the preseason, he's nailed. Doesn't work like that with Man City. It honestly doesn't. A player can score a hat-trick and they'll be on the bench the next game. That is the Pep Roulette game. It's so tough out there, guys. And those of you guys who've been, if you've been playing for FPL for a few years, I'm sure everyone out there has got their own pain stories of a time where Pep Roulette has absolutely burnt them to the ground. William says, I want 6 out of 6 players, not 4 out of 6 players. Well, there's your answer, man. There's your answer. By the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with going for Reinders. I would be happy to, see Reinders in one of your teams. If one of you, shared your team with me and said, what do you think of this team, Dan? And it had Reinders in, I wouldn't give you minus points for having Reinders. But I will say that he is rotation risk. Anyway, ran over. Ran over. I think that was worth a little chat, though. I think that was worth a little chat. Just to go through it. All right, anyway. Where were we? By the way, guys, there is currently 2,000, almost 2,600 of you here today. Massive thank you to everyone who is in the stream today. If you wouldn't mind dropping a like on the stream, that would be hugely appreciated. It really does help out the channel so much. So thank you to everyone who is liking, subscribing as well. Really helps out a whole bunch. So yeah, we do these. If you're new, by the way, we do these streams every deadline. Maybe not for 4 hours every time, but we do these streams every deadline, and also often stream on Sundays, Mondays maybe. Evenings after the final game of each game week, often, or maybe the Sunday game. So yeah, we stream often, but we also do plenty of videos over here. So yeah, make sure you do subscribe if you do enjoy the show. Right. Andreas, thank you very much for the kind words. That's very kind of you. Sean here says, Tarkovsky, Murillo, Williams, or Milenkovic help. I'm on Murillo. I think I prefer Murillo right now. That's where I am. What do we think of this team? I feel like there's a little template. We're not talking about Reinders again. I think we're done talking about Reinders for at least an hour. How many hours till deadline? We've still got almost 3 hours till deadline. A little time still. Right, let's go. Let's continue through the team news. Is there anything else? Because that's quite a big one. I think Gvardiol being out, Rodri and Foden being close, or even ready, is something to consider. Greg says thoughts on the best 6.5 million mids and Jai, Sar, Tielemans. I would definitely throw in Kudus into that conversation. As well. And Jai is your safe bet, though, I would say, generally. Dan, as you're an Arsenal fan, do you think Skelly starts over Calafiori? I'm on the fence. I'm really on the fence. World Cup of team names. Yeah, we'll do the World Cup of team names after we do the team news. But anyway, we'll move on to the next piece of news. So Glasner, Kamado is forced off. Daichi is out for the Chelsea game. Let's see if he's available for Thursday night. It will be quite tight, but he will definitely be out for Chelsea. No players returning for injury. So no Nketiah, no Franca. Czech Korea out for the long term. Sean Dunn says, why Murillo over them and do you rate Baleba? Baleba, like, if he's just going to sit on your bench, maybe Baleba could be useful. But he's not really going to get very many points. Murillo, really good for defensive contributions. Really good for bonus points. If Forest keep a clean sheet and the scoreline is low, Murillo is, almost guaranteed to have bonus points. You throw in the defensive contribution points in there. A clean sheet in a 0-0 game at Forest or a 1-0 victory for Forest could easily be, what's that, an 11-pointer for Murillo. And I think he will get a few 11-pointers this season. I think he's definitely going to get a few. And then he also can take some free kicks as well. You never know. You never know. He's got the old long shot on him for the free kicks. Right. So not really anything too interesting from an FPL perspective from Palace. Not really from Arsenal either. So on Trossard, yeah, I think he's much better following a groin issue. I think he will be able to train again tomorrow. And if that's the case, he will be fit. Gabriel Jesus is the only known injury absentee. And on Victor Gyökeres, his adaptation has been very, very good. And we are really happy he got up to a great start. Right. David Moyes. Jared Branthwaite picked up an injury in training, same hamstring as before, so unfortunately we're going to miss him. The Everton boss may have Mikolenko, Nathan Patson, and Harrison Armstrong. Who is Harrison Armstrong? Available? Oh, Harrison and Armstrong available at Leeds. I would love to know who Harrison Armstrong is. Okay, but this is interesting actually, because does this... And by the way, shout out again Ben Dinnery for the team news. He's good for this stuff, for injury news. Does that bring O'Brien into play? Depending on the severity of of Branthwaite's injury? Let's see here. Need to put in some more things here. Right. We're going to add in another line. So, Branthwaite is out with a hamstring injury. So if that's a little while, does O'Brien come in? Harrison Armstrong is an Everton player. Who is he? I never heard about him. O'Brien might be a sneaky shout as a cheap Tarkowski. Genuinely, he could be. Because I think the Everton system genuinely favours defensive contribution points for whoever is playing at centre-back. You reckon Keane comes in, O'Brien stays at right-back? Yeah, that's probably true, to be fair. Yeah. Are we how long is Tarkowski out for? Is he out for long enough to justify Keane at 4.5? How long is a hamstring injury? Can be 2 weeks, can be 2 months. Harrison Armstrong is an 18-year-old. Okay, well, I stand corrected. Apologies to Harrison Armstrong. I was not familiar with your game. Oh, sweet. All right, we'll keep an eye on him then for the future. Right. What else have we got here? Is Buy Sell Keep Avoid coming back? Yes, it is. That will be back possibly Monday, actually. Possibly Monday. Is Tarkovsky out? Did I write down Tarkovsky? I meant to write Branthwaite. No, I wrote down Branthwaite. Yeah, Tarkovsky's fine. It's Branthwaite that has the issue. Let's keep going. So, Amarim. Onana and Xerxes are in contention. On summer signing Benjamin Sheshko. We didn't have a lot of time, but he is ready. Physically, he is ready. That is a big component in our league. Then he is really smart. He is ready to play. We will see if he's going to start. Lissandro and Martinez and Masraoui remain on the sidelines. He is ready to play. We'll see if he's going to start. Yeah. So I think what Amarim is implying here is that Sesko is physically in a good place and he will be able to pick up on the new tactics very, very quickly. But is he gonna be ready to be, you know, tactically ready to go, you know, to fit and gel in with the team immediately? I don't know. Maybe not. So my interpretation is he is probably not going to start, but he could come off the bench. I think he's maybe going to need an extra week to gel with the team, get up to speed with the tactics. And it sounds like Amarim is confident he can get up to speed quickly and he is physically ready. But a start sounds ambitious. Would you want to play him against Arsenal in FPL anyway? Someone asked if this was a Orlando Pirates jersey in the background. And yes, it is. One of my 2 Orlando Pirates jersey, but I think the other one's in the wash. Yes, that is Orlando Pirates. There you go. Big shout out, once always. Right. I think that's everything. We've got Leeds here. After more than 2 weeks out, Bogle will be a late decision. We kind of knew this already. Calvert-Lewin is going to be a member of the squad from this afternoon, so he's a confirmed transfer. Should we put that on the ticker? Oh, and then I'll show you this, actually. Yeah, this is an interesting quote. We'll talk about this one. You may have seen it already. And we will talk about it. Calvert-Lewin has signed for Leeds. Constant Red says, let's go! New season of 38 mind-wrecking game weeks to come. Good luck, Dan. Good luck, chat. Thanks for an amazing preseason of vids. Thank you so much, Mikey. Mikey, I did see that you messaged me, by the way. I saw you sent me a text message. I will respond. You caught me just as I was kind of prepping for this stream. So, yeah, as soon as the stream's finished, I will reply to you. Sorry, mate, I haven't replied yet. Honestly, I'm all of my family and friends who have messaged me over the last week. I'm basically going to sit down tomorrow and reply to everyone because I've been so neglectful. It's just crazy busy, man, for all the content and stuff. But I'm glad the content is appreciated. That's the most important thing. Even if I am sacrificing personal relationships for it. Oh, there we go. Jack, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Jack Rutherford. I think a few people have become members of the channel. Has anyone thrown their team in the... any members thrown their team to be rated? Mikey, you're a starting 11 member, right? So anyone who is a starting 11 member or higher, go to my YouTube channel homepage, go to the tab that says posts, and then there will be a link on that page where you can upload a screenshot of your FPL team to the Google Drive folder. So if you would like to do that, and we'll rate your team, amazing. Thank you so much. There might even be some in there already, to be fair. Should we have a look? We'll have a look. Gosh, we'll have a look. There's 4 in there already. Rowan becoming a starting 11 member as well. Throw your team in the drive folder, Rowan. Let's have a look at it. Mikey, I want to see your team as well. Alex has put in 2 options. No problem, mate. We'll have a look at them both. We'll have a look at them both. Of course, we'll have a look. I do want to do the FPL Team Name World Cup, though. Right. Let's I'll set that up as well. Because we need to decide, guys, what is the ultimate FPL team name for this season? This is a very important question, I'll have you know. Let's go to my Google Drive and find a template. Because I want to find out who were the best, like, winners last year. I can't remember where I actually put this. What Google Drive account did I use? Because we did use Google Drive last year. Okay, here we go. FPL Team Name World Cup 2024. Who won last year? Can you guys... anyone was here last year? Oh, okay, the winner last season. You know what? I'll just show you. Hang on, let's see if this works. Here we go. You see that okay? Yeah, pretty much. Right, so this was last season, what we did. And these were the finalists and semi-finalists. So, I forgot about Cobby Dobby Doo. I completely forgot about Cobby Dobby Doo. That, it was an unreal suggestion for a team name because it's so stupid. It is so stupid. But there we go. But the winner was Eze Come, Eze Go. So those were the winners of the team name World Cup last season. But let's see. Jack says, "Hey Dan, excited for another season. Huge reason for the sub was due to the Stick to FPL podcast. Your chemistry with Sim is great, and I enjoy listening while at work." Thank you so much, Jack. I mean, yeah, part of the reason why we set up some memberships on this channel and some membership rewards was to fund the Stick to FPL podcast because it is really expensive to run. I did run at a loss last season, actually. But look, I don't mind. Most important thing for me is that you guys are getting good content. But yeah, I can't run that podcast forever if it's just costing me money every year, and I'm just sinking further and further into tragic debt. So hopefully a few guys signing up to memberships can help fund that, and we can keep it going for as long as possible. So massively appreciate you guys supporting me with some slightly more experimental content, maybe a little bit more niche. So we've got some new members here. Mitch, thank you so much for joining as a member of the channel at starting 11 tier. And Tex has joined at captain tier. What a legend. Some people are asking how to join as a member. We'll throw it on screen very, very briefly here, guys. But basically, you click on what is usually a blue button. And if you click on the blue button, you can become a member, choose your tier. And depending on what tier you choose, you get different levels of membership benefits of the channel. This is the first year I've done this kind of thing, and you guys might be familiar with other FPL content creators doing similar things before. I have finally bottled it, and I've joined the crowd. I joined the crowd. So that's all you got to do, guys. Oh, someone just became a member. It's Dom Dawson. Thank you very much, Dom. And yeah, like we mentioned earlier, if you want to get your team rated, I will rate all of the teams for channel members, because on future weeks, we're going to be doing a members-only stream. And because we haven't been able to do that today, we're just going to be rating members' teams directly instead. If you can't see the button, it sometimes doesn't work on mobile, so you might have to go on your browser rather than the app, or if not the browser, try the app, or maybe try desktop if you want to. It's up to you, though. Like, no pressure. You don't have to join up or anything like that. Just wanted to throw it out there. It is available. Tex says, "Been watching you for years, mate. Time to support you this year." Tex, you are a legend, brother. You are a legend. I appreciate it. Mark says, "Hi, Dan. Sorry for being late to the party today." No problem, man. The party is going for another 2.5 hours, so you are more than welcome to join. It's on YouTube. Yes, mate, it is on YouTube. Anders joining as a member as well. Oh, my God, guys. I was not expecting this. I can't lie. I can't lie. I was expecting maybe a couple of people to sign up for memberships, but this is awesome. Thank you so much. Like, this genuinely is really good. Thank you. Oh man, you're taking it back a bit, but yeah, thank you guys. Can Indian Devil says, would Perot from Leeds be a bad pick now because of DCL? I think so, mate. I think so. Yeah, I think I'd probably leave Perot now. I think I'll probably leave it. Madcham, thank you very much for becoming a member as well. Dom, how do you send your team in? So, yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel homepage, go on the... hang on, let's just throw it. Actually, I won't throw it on screen. Well, on the tab where it says posts, there is a link on there that only members at starting 11 tier or above can see that link. And if you click on that, you can drop a screenshot of your team into a Google Drive folder. There you go. There you go. That's how you do it. That's the way to do it. Weird thing to say, Dan. Why did you do that? All right. Let's make a copy because we do need to do the FPL Team Name World Cup 2025-26. It is a big year for the Fantasy Team Name World Cup. And there's some nice entries already. I've seen them. I've looked at them. I've appreciated them. Let's... Okay, so we're going to delete all of that. But basically, are we doing qualifiers this year or do we just stick it with 32? Let's see how many good names we have. Why Are You Running was the champion last year. And as always, with the fantasy team name, the FPL Team Name World Cup, every year, let's just move this to the next page or down. Every year, the 4 highest ranking team names from the previous year get an automatic entry into the next year. So these get automatic entry here. So there we go. We're going to take that off screen now. We'll go back to this. So this is the fantasy team, FPL Team Name World Cup 2025. We're going to have the 4 top teams from last year's competition. And we're going to enter a whole bunch of other entries there as well. Few more members to the channel, apparently. Thank you very much, guys. So we've got Ricky, we've got Reese, we've got Oliver, and we've got Will. Legends, the lot of you. Love you. Thank you so much. Man, this actually is going to be super helpful. This is really going to help out the channel so much. Like, I can't lie. Alex Webb says, like and subscribe. This is the place to be. Yes, Alex. Yes, my guy. My guy. Bogdan, thank you very much for becoming a member at the bench level there as well. Appreciate you, bro. Everyone's joining the crew for real. Yeah, honestly, these member streams are going to pop off. And guys, if you are joining as a starting 11 member level or above, you also should now have access to the 100 experts private chat. So you should be. I think there's a link somewhere. You can just click that link and you can join the Discord server for the 100 experts. Go chat with the 100 experts, guys. Right, like you can do it right now. They're probably in that chat. They're probably talking in there right now. But yeah, thank you, Mad Cham. Appreciate it, man. And Oliver, thank you for the upgrade. Let's I'm gonna throw in a few more nominees that I saw earlier and that I liked. Where do you throw your team to rate? You got to throw it in. You got to throw it in on my channel homepage. Go to posts, the posts tab, and there's a link there for you to drop a screenshot in there. Show right. What am I doing? Okay, we're gonna fill in a few of these and then we'll rate some teams. So I'll go on my likes because I liked a few earlier. How many? Let's go on my Twitter actually. How many entries are there for the team names? A lot, right? 861. Oh man, there's no way I'm going for all of those. Right. Okay. We'll get some from you guys as well. So, right. The ones I saw that I really liked, and let me know what you think of these team names, whether they're contenders. So, first of all, me, myself, and Jai. Little Oasis. Don't look back, Elanga. Nice, works. Charlie X Charlie XGX. I love. I'm a big Charlie XCX fan. Interesting fact about FPL Mate. I was born in the same hospital as Charlie XCX within a few days of her. So we are like almost twins in a way, like twinning. Oh my god. Right, let's see some of these other ones. Oh, a few more members, man. This is awesome. This is going to be so useful. This is really going to help the channel so much, guys. You have no idea. FPL Nathan, thank you so much, my bro. Captain level as well, legend. Bogdan as well, thank you so much for upgrading that membership. You guys are heroes, man. You guys are my heroes. Right, other ones I like the look of. Brennan Jerry's. Good. Linus, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Or start, going to the starting 11 tier. I think you were a member before. This one made me laugh out loud. Rotter woke nonsense. These have to go in. These have to go in. These are too good. Murphy's Law. Like, it's quite good. I think that's a decent shout. Maybe we'll make a second list of teams that... I'll go on the maybe list. We need to make a maybe list. We'll do 32 nominees. We'll try and do 32 nominees. Unless you want to go more. Maybes. We'll put Murphy's Law in there. Right. Okay. Rodri Uplonka. I am not a fan of Only Fools and Horses. I can't lie to you. I don't really get it. But I kind of have a joke with one of my friends and also my wife that the whole premise of Only Fools and Horses is, every episode of Only Fools. I don't know if you guys know this show. It was very popular in the UK in the 90s. A little before my time, I guess. But this is the premise. This is the premise of an Only Fools and Horses episode. Oh, dear boy, I've bloody dropped the ladder. Rodney, you plonker! And scene. That's the show. I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. But to me, that is the premise of the show, as far as I'm aware. Koch says I was watching UK. I thought I was watching UK Gold for a second. Yeah, it's accurate, right? Right. But I find the team name funny. I'm probably upsetting a lot of Only Fools fans with that one. It's not for me. There's probably a lot of shows that I watch you guys don't like. We all have our own personal preferences. Okay. So Only Fools and Horses slander will not be tolerated. I'm so sorry. Okay. Right. There is one more. And maybe this is because maybe it's because I spend too much time on the internet. But this one, I was laughing a lot when I saw this name. Some of you guys will find this funny. Other of you guys probably won't get it. Oh, Morgan's in the chat. I heard you downstairs. Yeah, that's my wife is in the chat, which apparently she's a moderator for some reason. Don't know why. Oh, Baby Reindeers has to go in here. Like, it just makes so much sense, right? But this is the name. This is the team name that absolutely killed me. I was laughing for a solid 5 minutes. And it's the only, maybe a little bit, maybe slightly more raunchy, slightly more risque FPL team name that I'm going to put in here. And it's... can I do this? Am I going to seriously write this down? It doesn't feel right. I'm doing it. Daddy's Little Kittens. Daddy's Little Kittens just absolutely killed me. It killed me. So I'm putting it in there. I think it's a real contender to win this year. I think it's a real... Okay. Right. It is cringe. It is cringe, but it had to go in. It had to go in. Mark says you don't see the link on post. It is. I don't know what member level you are, Mark, but it is at the starting 11 level or above. But there we go. Right. There's a few others that we can maybe put in the maybe list. Well, yes, I will be rating teams. I just want to throw in a few more candidates here for this. Jeremy Ping Pong also made me laugh because it's so stupid. It's like, it's so unfunny that it's like a little bit funny. I rate the Morgan one on what Morgan put one in. Okay. We'll have to see what it is. What she suggested the team name. Morgan, are you in the chat? I can't see her in my replies. Did she put in a team name suggestion? Is the team name suggestion Shrewsbury by any chance? Oh well. Thank you very much for becoming members, guys. Really appreciate it. Mark, thank you for the upgrade. Emma, thank you for joining on the bench. Warren, thank you very much for joining. Starting 11, you guys are absolute legends, heroes. Rev says I need to go confessions. Yeah. HS Ekatikatoki. Yeah, that's quite funny actually. I don't even know how to spell it. How would you spell that? Sesco meal deal. I like it. I like it, Linus. Right, okay. I'm gonna leave that for a second. I know you guys are suggesting some team names. Oh, Morgan said I didn't put one in. Oh, well, I've been lied to apparently. Right, okay. So we'll come back. We'll come back to best team name World Cup. We're gonna do some team ratings, plural, for all of the members. Oh my word, there is a lot. There's a lot. Okay, all right. Well, let's give this a go. Right, we'll start off with Mickey Ree's team. Ooh, Mickey Ree. Actually, should we do this? We should probably do this in order of when it was added. So who last modified? So we go in the opposite direction. Mark Leonard put one in yesterday, apparently. Did you put one in yesterday, Mark? Steven says Ninja Skirtles. I do like that name, to be fair. I used to love that show when I was a kid. All right, so we've got the... Is this... Oh, we can't see because there's super chat over the screen, but we can see this okay. So this is from Mark. I'm going to have a look at this team. Let's see if we can rate it. So we've got Sanchez, Tarkovsky, Juve, Virgil, Dewsbury Hall, and Jai. Triple Everton is bold. Rev. Mikey, if you're still here, mate, what do you think? Triple Everton? It's a bit nuts, right? Palmer, Salah, like it. Joao Pedro, Watkins, Wood, Petrovic, Anderson, Richards, Esteve. Few notes. I'm not sure I like the double goalkeepers. I think with the emergence of Dubravka, I think I would be happy to just go with Sanchez, to be honest. I think triple Everton is a little risky. I don't know if I'd do that. So maybe taking one out might be a good idea. And I'm on the fence about Wood. I can't really decide if I like him as a pick or not. But generally speaking, it's a strong team. I just think if we could maybe... The one player one asset, I guess, is maybe missing is there's no Nottingham Forest defence. So that is maybe something that can change. Rev says triple is too much for me. Even you feel you're being bold going double. Yeah, 3 Everton players I don't think is the one. So could you go Tarkovsky to Murillo? Could we do Njai to someone? You know, if you downgraded Petrovic to Dubravka, you could do Njai to Rodgers, which would be quite nice. And I think just like a couple of changes like that, Tarkovsky to Murillo and Jai to Rodgers, and obviously Petrovic to Dubravka, and suddenly this is like a 10 out of 10 team. So like, I know people in the chat being very harsh, saying, you know, shocking team, the team's weak. Sometimes you only need like a couple of little tweaks and it turns maybe a slightly more average looking team into a really good looking team. So, you know, a couple of changes, 3 little changes, and suddenly that's good. But yeah, triple Everton is pretty unhinged. Right, this is Craig's team. Hopefully you're still in the chat, Craig. So we got Sells in goal. We've got Pedro Porro, Cucurella, and Murillo defense. We've got Palmer, Wirtz, Bruno, Tillemans, and Reinders in midfield, and Haaland and Joao Pedro up front. So we've got Haaland, no Salah, a bench of Dubravka, Anderson, Gue, and Esteve. I like this team. For a no Salah team, this is great. This is great. We've got Cucurella maybe instead of a Sanchez. You got that covered there. Double Forest defense, maybe a little risky, but the analytics guys like it. They like it. Maybe we are missing the 6.5 million to 7 million midfielder kind of price point here. The only way to remedy that really would be maybe to take Joao Pedro to Strand Larsen and Tielemans up to a Rodgers, maybe. Then you have the Aston Villa attack covered there as well. I know Tielemans is technically in the Aston Villa attack, but yeah, kinda. So yeah, I like this team. I'm not going to be biased and say any team without Salah is bad. I'm going to try and say Salah, Haaland are roughly equal in level. So as long as you've got one, I think we can be generous with our ratings. That last team before the changes is like probably a 6, 7 out of 10. And it's really the Everton players that are doing that. This team for me, for a no Salah draft, it's a 9 out of 10. I think the only issue I have with this team is that it probably is missing that one price point. So that's what I would change. That would be what would take it to a 10 for me, I think. Right, next team. This is Web Option 1. So Web Option 1 has got Sanchez in goal, Murillo, Pedro Porro, Anderson, Saka, Reinders, and Jai, Palmer, Wirtz, Haaland, Joao Pedro. And then on the bench, Dubravka, Esteve, Richards, and Mark Gue. Pretty much, that's the same bench as me, I think. It's a very similar team to mine. But it's Haaland instead of Salah. I'm guessing option 2 is going to be the Salah version. Yeah, this is a strong team. This is a really strong team. I don't really have any complaints about this team. If you don't want to go for Salah and you want to go Haaland instead, this is where you go, right? Sorry about that. Yeah, this is where you go. This is what you do. So, let's give this one a 9 as well. It's maybe even a 9.5, to be honest. Yeah, you know what? Let's give it 9.5. This is a 9.5 out of 10 team. I love this team. I love it. Let's see your option 2, Web. And what is it? Let's just see the differences. So the differences are Reinders and Joao Pedro versus Bruno Fernandes and Fulkrug. Yeah, that's the 10. That's the 10. There you go. There's the 10. Oh, actually, no, it's not a 10. And I'll tell you for why. I'll tell you why this is not a 10 out of 10. There's no escape route from Fulkrug. If Fulkrug bombs, you know, he becomes a must-sell player, it's gonna take 2 transfers to fix it. Which maybe would be fine, you know, if you can stick with Fulkrug for a couple of weeks. Just reading your message, Mikey. Yeah, that is a very, very good point. That is a very good point. But I'm not going to read it out loud. And also, these are like paying members. Are people really going to spend that much money to do that. But it's a really good point. Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Right. Anyway, looking at this, we will do that from now on. That's a really good idea. Thank you for redacting that as well, Mikey. Thank you. But yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, it will take 2 transfers. So you're basically going to have to stick with Fulkrug for a minimum of 2 weeks. If it goes really badly, you're going to have to downgrade probably one of Bruno or Saka. No, or maybe Verts, to be fair. There's a couple of options there. Fulkrug to Thiago is 1 transfer. Yeah, but like, haven't Brentford just signed a new striker? Or did he go? No, he went to Forest, didn't he? I can't remember now. But Brentford are in for a new striker, which is a little concerning. A little concerning. Where is the members only mini league? Oh, actually, I haven't actually set that up yet. I need to do that. I'll post a league code over the weekend. We'll count scores from Gameweek 1 in that league, but I'll post a league code for members over the weekend for you guys to join. Don't worry about that. We'll have you covered. It probably won't be for this week, but for next week, we'll have it sorted. And we'll talk about it in the next members stream as well. Okay. So, yeah, I think this is a 9.5, 10 out of 10 team. This is good. This is good. This is really good stuff. All right, let's just hide this whilst we go and have a look to see what the next image is. All right. So this is Mikey's team. We've got Sanchez, Murillo, Tarkowski, Van der Ven, and Jai, Bruno, Palmer, Salah, Reinders, Watkins, Joao Pedro, Dubravka, Anderson, Mark Yu, and Esteve on the bench there. And this is Everton bias, granted. You've got 2 Everton players in there. I don't think it's the worst idea. Yeah. This is a good team. This is another 9.5. This is maybe even a 10. This is a little bit more my style, I think. I'm going to give it a 9.5 because I'm not confident in 2 Everton players, but you did accept you do have some Everton bias in your life. But yeah, this is 9.5. I like it. Right, next team. Now, this one, nobody has claimed it. It just says rate. So I don't know if this is your team or not. Yoni in the chat says, FPL Mate, why are you not listening to me? What are you trying to say, my friend? I'm not trying. I'm sorry if I am ignoring you, or ignoring anyone, really. The chat is very busy today. It's very busy. It's very busy in the stream today. This is kind of... the chat is crazy. It's a big day for FPL. And by the way, speaking of, if you are enjoying the stream, please do leave a like. Atrax did drop a super chat, so we'll have a look at this before we have a look at this team. Atrax says, thoughts on my team: Sanchez, Dubravka, Van Dijk, Porro, Williams, Tarkowski, Esteve, Salah, Palmer, Gakpo, Kudus, Dewsbury, Watkins, Pedro, and Q. I like it. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that's again, it's like a 9.5, maybe even 10. This is a strong team. It's a strong team. Yoni, I will ask you, Yoni, because you seem very keen. Who should I have as my 4 to 5 million? That's my 4 to 5 million. Is that 4 to 5? I don't really know what that means, my friend. What is that defender price range? If you're looking for a defender at, maybe 4.5, maybe. We're looking at Juve, Richards, Anderson. These guys look pretty good. Right, let's see. Leon says, big love from Iceland. Oh, all the way from Iceland. People from all over the world, man. It's so good to see. Sanchez in goal. Nico, Virgil, Van der Ven, Anderson, Reinders, Wirtz, Saka, Palmer, Watkins, Joao Pedro on the bench. We've got Dubravka, Esteve, Mark Gui, and Munoz. Boris signed Louise? You're joking. Has that just happened? Is that true? This seems big. Okay. Where's the source? What's the source, chat? What's the source? We'll have a look. In terms of this team, it is, yeah, before the Luis news, Fabrizio. Oh my god. Yeah, this is this team is good, to be fair. This is maybe a, the problem is, like, I feel like there should be a 6.5 million guy in here somewhere. All right, this team, I'm going to give this team an 8.5 out of 10. I'm going to say 8.5. Right, before we move on to the next team, and we'll set it up, we'll line it up. We will come back to that. I do want to check this out. We'll just do it on screen for Fabrizio Romano. That is, I don't know what is going on there. Okay, Nottingham Forest have agreed personal terms with Douglas Luiz, now planning to get a deal done soon as talks with Juventus are accelerating. Oh, that is not good for Anderson. That is not good for Anderson. The hype train dies before it takes off. This is not good for Anderson. Because they already signed McAtee. The squad is getting deeper. And I don't know who's going to be playing in what competition. But you would imagine if you have Douglas Luiz in your team, probably going to play him. Oh my word. This messes up. Oh, this is not good. Things are starting to unravel, guys. Things are starting to unravel. I can't lie. So I think that does put me off Anderson. Like, I was starting to go off him anyway. Do we go back to Reinders? I'm not happy with him either. It might be time to just go back to my fun picks. I think we might have to go back to something a bit more fun, a bit more interesting. We could go... What we could do is Dewsbury Hall and Semenyo. Could do that. Porro and Dewsbury Hall or Van der Ven and Njai. That's a really tough one, actually. Maybe Porro and Dewsbury Hall. Maybe something like that. I think that would work. Yoni, I've tried to answer you, my friend. I'm really trying. I have Haaland, no Salah. Can you give me a good 4.5 million defenders? I already have Juve and Van der Ven. Yeah, Richards and Anderson. I already answered that question. Right, Yoni, you're cut off, mate. I keep answering your questions. I'm not. You cut off. We've got to answer some other people. Right, let's have a think. Harry Wilson, I like. I like that one. I like that shout. Yoni's really going for it. He's keen today. Like, I respect the true the commitment. It's good. It's good stuff. You got to be committed to FPL. It's Noman says Sanchez, Cuckoo, Van der Ven, Frimpong, Aitnori, Salah, Cunha, Dewsbury Hall, Saar, Pedro, Haaland, Agbadu, Baleva, Gu. Appreciate any advice. I mean, there's a few risks in there that I'm not super keen on. We do seem a little heavy on the premium defenders. I think a lot of the 5.5s can match the 6 million defenders. I think you're missing maybe a Forest defender there. So I consider taking one of Cuckoo, Frimpong, or Aitnori down to a 5.5, like Murillo or Milenkovic if you prefer. And then after that, I mean, Cunha to Wits is maybe the answer there. Because I think Cunha is maybe a little risky for the opening few games. So that's probably what I would do. That's a little bit of advice. All right, guys, let's get on this. We need to figure this out. Giant Wolf is in the game. He is in the game. Go for Wilson. He's a fun pick. I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you. Are you live for 2 hours now? Oh, mate, I'm live for as long as you'll have me. No, I'm alive, yeah, for all the way until deadline. CFC Ethan, what's up, man? And Sun Explorer, what? With a 50 a £50 super chat. What? Oh my god. That's too much money, man. Like, thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you so much. That is too much though. Don't do that anymore. You could put that towards something far more important. But yeah, you said donate half of this again to the charity of the choice, which of course we will be doing. But Sun Explorer says in the £50 super chat, thanks in advance for another season, Dan. How do I get my team rated, by the way? If you're a what is it? A thingy tier, a starting 11 tier member or above, there is a Google Drive link on my my channel homepage under the posts tab, and that is where you upload a screenshot of your team. Once again, feel free to donate half of this to the charity of your choice. Mind, I believe you said. Yes, Mind was the one last time. I probably could do the same again, to be honest. Could do the same again. We'll have to see. It seems a bit boring to keep doing the same charity, though. But thank you so much, Sutton Explorer. You're a legend, man. You're a true legend. Thank you so much. Awesome. Awesome. Rate his team on stream. Yeah, I should definitely rate his team. Sutton Explorer, just throw your team in the chat. I will more than happily just rate it on a whim. What a legend, man. You know, for charity as well. But yeah, Dewsbury Hall and Semenyo works for me. These are two players I like. I do like Semenyo. I like the fixtures, man. You have two. Wow. Let's have them. I like the fixtures after Liverpool for Semenyo. However, is he worth the extra 0.5? I don't know. Most people probably say Rodgers in this position. So I'm not sure. Perhaps says, we love you in Brazil. Thanks for what you do. Of course, man. I have like a few Brazilian football shirts as well. Hopefully they're appreciated over in Brazil. Right. Let's see here. So Dewsbury Hall would be nice. I think he's like my next pick now. Maybe Wilson. I think it's a little early to go on Arias. Wilson feels risky. So maybe I don't take him in these fixtures. A little risky. Oh, man. I'm struggling. I need Fantasy Football Hub to help me out. Genuinely. Like, absolutely not even joking. So this is where Fantasy Football Hub comes in clutch. What am I doing? We need to go on points predictions. So let's get rid. By the way, guys, again, a reminder, if you want to get the 50% off plus your money back if you don't win your mini league from Fantasy Football Hub, there is a link at the top of the description. This is your last chance to get that deal, because as soon as deadline passes, you can't get your money back if you win your mini league anymore. So get it done. Get it done. And to be fair, you will win your mini league anyway if you subscribe to Fantasy Football Hub, because they're that good. Who is ringing me at a time like this? From Leeds. Oh, I know exactly what that is. Should I answer? This is a car dealership. Should I answer on stream and says, hello, you're live on FPL Mate? That would be outrageous. Super chat from Phil with an F says, in my opinion, Ronaldo is better than Esteve. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I don't think Esteve is the best 4 million defender. I think Goodmanson at Leeds is. However, Esteve fits my rotations a little bit more. So that's why I've gone for him. So it's not really a case of who I think is better or worse. It's more about who when am I going to need my 4 million defender? It's going to be sparingly. It's not going to be very often. But when I do need them, which game weeks are they? And do they have good fixtures in those game weeks where they can be feasibly played? And for my personal team, Esteve fits that a little bit better than Reynaldo. So that's the only reason there. Is Watkins really essential? No. I don't think he is essential, but he is my favourite forward, aside from Haaland, to buy for game week 1. So let's check this out. Let's check this out. So, well, actually, I might even refresh to see if they've updated some projections based on team news. We don't need game week 5 because I'm free hitting on 5. Who have got the best projections? Let's say 5.9 or below in the midfield position. Jack with the super chat says, your thoughts on James Ward-Prowse on my first 11? Nah, probably wouldn't bother. There is going to be some rotation risk at some point in the season for him. So we've got Wilson, Tavernier, maybe a little risky. Adingra is up here now. Adingra's actually gone above Reinders now following the news on maybe a few things actually. So Reinders obviously is going to have slightly lower projected points now with Rodri and Foden being close. Anderson's is down, of course, here as well. The best option at this kind of price range is genuinely could be Dewsbury Hall. It could be just go for Dewsbury Hall. I don't know if I want to take the risk on Sarr, to be honest. All right. I mean, I was toying with the idea anyway. Maybe this is what needs to push me over the edge. So let's take up to 7 now. Semenyo looks good after game week 1. Sarr is okay here as well. Gordon. I don't dislike Gordon as a pick. Can we go up to a 7.5? Can we go up to a Gakpo? How do we make that work? Rutter at 6 I like, but I've got a bit more money to spend than that. I can't really get my 5.5 to a 6 unless I go for 2 6 million midfielders, which I don't really want to do. I'd want to have someone at this kind of price range, like 7.5 to 6.5, someone in there. I do like the look of Semenyo. Is there anyone else I really love? I'm not going to go for Njai if I've got Dewsbury Hall. Do we go for Sarr? Do we go for Semenyo? It's got to be one of them, right? Or do we just stick with Kudus? Sarr, Semenyo, Kudus. We could leave 0.5 in the bank. We could upgrade someone. I don't know if there's actually anyone here I'd want to upgrade necessarily. Like, genuinely, where am I spending this 0.5? Can anyone figure it out? I can't. I could, like, anything I did do feels luxury to the extent where I would rather keep the 0.5 in the bank. So I could do Richards to Lacroix, luxury move. I could do Mark Gu up, but again, so luxury. Could do Joao Pedro to Bowen, but again, like, it feels like a luxury move. Kudus to Rodgers. Yeah, Kudus to Rodgers or Kudus to Semenyo are the two I like the sound of the most. Those are the two I like the most. But I'm happy with Kudus. I'm happy with Kudus here. Keep the 0.5 maybe. Oh, Yoni's still going. Can you please answer me? I'm one of your biggest fans. Yoni, it's fine, mate. You don't need to worry. You don't need to apologize. We're all good. We're all good, man. What about Sanchez to a 5.5? Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't think I can do that. I'm just not. I'm not a fan of 5.5 million keepers generally. Why Kudus fixtures, set pieces, actually plays in the front too. I actually think so against Man City in game week 2, I think Kudus will actually play as a striker alongside Solanke, and Spurs will play with a 5-back formation, the same as they did in the Super Cup against PSG. So Kudus could be really, really advanced in that game week 2 game. So in his worst fixture, Kudus could be actually playing as a striker. So yeah, I'm genuinely at this present moment, I don't really feel a serious need to upgrade anymore. I could maybe get to Gakpo if I moved Murillo to Nico Williams. I think that's maybe an upgrade that could be worth it. But honestly, I might just keep 0.5 in the bank. What's Juice Hall's ownership right now? 4.8. Pretty differential. Kudus is very template. Let's go with this for now. But we're still tinkering. It's just those two positions. I'm very glad it's just those two positions, to be honest. And I'm glad the rest of the team is secure because there is still a lot of options in those two positions. All right, let's rate some more teams. And then we're going to stop doing team ratings, I think. Red Devil says, I want to show you my team. You're as a member then. No, I honestly, there's a lot of people here. I wish I could rate every single one of your teams, but yeah, sadly, it's just not logistically possible. I'll be here all day. I'll be here beyond the deadline. Right, let's look at this team. This is from, well, this says Dan's team. I don't know who Dan is. Is it me? Maybe it's someone else called Dan. Most likely that. If so, great name. But this team is, let's zoom in because I can't. Oh, actually, it's not going to work. Right. Sanchez, Milenkovic, Virgil, Murillo, Anderson, Wirtz, Salah, Palmer, Reinders, Mateta, Watkins on the bench. Dubravka, Richards, Mark Yu, and Esteve. This is a 8 out of 10 team. Maybe 9. 8.5. Let's say 8.5. 8.5 rated team. They're very nice. Dan's team. This team is just called FPL. I don't know who's it from, but presumably a member of the channel. Sanchez, Pedro Porro, Juve, Murillo, Palmer, Gakpo and Jai, Fernandez, Jorginho, Watkins, Haaland, Dubravka, Konsa, Esteve, and Mark Yu. Like it. Yeah, I like this team actually. This is at least a 9, maybe even a 9.5. How have you got Jorginho in there? And how can I do the same? I'm trying to work out how you've managed this. It's no Salah. I didn't even realize that when I was looking at this team. I didn't even clock. I saw Gakpo and thought Salah, and I was trying to think, how has he managed this? But yeah, no, it's no Salah. That's how you've done it. It's good. It's good. Yeah. This is a 9 out of 10 team. Maybe 9.5, maybe even 10 out of 10. I like this team a lot. Mitch, you saying this is yours? If so, fantastic work. Well done. This is great. This is a great team. Paredes says, hey, Dan, what's your thoughts on Sells instead of Sanchez? Paired with Tossin. I don't really like Chelsea centre-backs. Too much rotation risk there. Spoken to some Chelsea fans as well. They're not feeling the Chelsea centre-backs as FPL picks. So, yeah, I can't say I'm massively keen on that one. So I don't mind Sells over Sanchez, but Tossin, I don't think it's the one. From what I've seen, learned, read, listened. Aditya says Gu and Pedro Neto to start, no Palmer. You mean you could go for Pedro Neto if you wanted to? I think Palmer is a pretty unanimously agreed upon very good FPL pick though. So I don't know if I'd go about Palmer personally, but look, there's no wrong answers in FPL. Maybe a few wrong answers, but you know, play your own game, man. Come on. Just splash myself in the face with my drink. Luca has put in a super chat with his team here. Sanchez, Dubravka, Tooth, Porro, Richards, Esteve, Williams, Palmer, Bruno, Verts, Reinders, and Jai, Pedro, Haaland, Goo. Cringe. Would you do Reinders to Semenyo with 1.5 in the bank? I would strongly consider it. I would strongly consider it. You know, you could. No. Yes, that's probably what I would do. You definitely upgrade Reinders there, though. If you've got 1.5 in the bank and you can go to any 6.5, 7 million, I think you do it. I like it. Sun Explorer, thank you for upgrading to the starting 11 membership level. For those of you guys asking what the league code is as well, it is in the stream description. You know, when you can click to read the whole description, you scroll down to the bottom. It's on there, guys. It's on there for you guys. There's a link and a code for you guys to check out. Sun Explorer. I feel so rude calling you Sutton Explorer. Do you have a real name? But anyway, the Dropbox it's not. It's a drive, a Google Drive. And it's on my YouTube homepage, and then you go to the posts tab on my YouTube homepage. Tony says FPL, no, Palmer is the way. Oh my God, FPL Tony, you know you are a legend in my life. Like every time I open the comments from a YouTube video, FPL Tony, there's always like a few comments from you on each video that are the most negative things. Like, it's like unbelievably negative. And you know what? They actually bring me joy. They make me laugh. Like, I'll upload a video, and this is a classic FPL Tony. So I'll upload a video, and maybe I've got Salah in my team, and one of Tony's comments will be, Salah in your team? Did you not know he had a finger injury in 2013? It's actually a very bad pick for that reason. I could say any player in the world, he will have a negative reason why you should never pick that player, and you're the worst FPL manager in the world for having picked them. And it brings me joy. So thank you, Tony, for everything that you do. Mark, thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate it, my friend. In terms of this team, we already rated this one, right? And I liked it. I liked it a lot. This is like 9.5, 10. I really do like this. Out of all of the no Salah teams that I've seen, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. Yoni's still going. What a legend. He's persistent, isn't he? Our dear friend Yoni. Jacob says, watching whilst on a beach in Florida on holiday. I bought data just for today to watch the stream. Jacob, you legend, man. You legend. We've got a few legends here. Jacob, you're a legend for buying data to watch FPL Mate streams on holiday, on vacation. Tony's a legend for his YouTube comments. They help with the algorithm and they bring me joy. They make me laugh. And Yoni is a legend because he is just so very consistent. Persistent, consistent. Yoni, shout out you. Shout out you, brother. You're my guy. You're my guy. Right. This is another team that has been submitted for a rating. We've got Sanchez, Pedro Porro, Keane's involved, Milenkovic, Aitnori, Salah, Palmer, and Jai, Tielemans, Watkins, Mateta, and we've got Dubravka, Semenyo, Esteve, and Mark Yu on the bench. This is a decent team. I don't know if I want to call it a 10 out of 10. Can I go to 9? I can give this an 8.5, I think. I think when Semenyo comes in for Game Week 2, it's going to look a lot better. A lot better. But I think there's maybe some players that I'm not massively keen on for Game Week 1. We've got Tielemans, Mateta. Is there maybe some concern that, I don't know, it might be a bit of a false start? Maybe not, actually. There's only a few players there. You can bench Semenyo, can't you? But 4-4-2, is it ideal? I don't know. On the fence on this one. I'm on the fence. Right. This is another team. This is from Reese Villa. Shout out you. Alisson Dubravka. Yeah, I'll go straight out the gates. I'm not huge on 5.5 million keepers. I just don't think there's value there. I think for 0.5 million, you can usually spend it better elsewhere. We've got some big risks. Munoz and Mitchell. if you're going to go double Crystal Palace, which I don't think I would go for Lacroix at 5 million. Looks like he has a bit better points potential. Porro and Spence. I think Spence is maybe a little too short term. I don't think Udogie is going to be out for as long as initially suspected. So I would move Spence to Van der Ven. Diakite, I would move to Senesi. Just go with a tried and tested. Midfield of Rogers, Semenyo, Salah, Wirtz, Reinders looks great. Up front, Joao Pedro, Strand Larsen, Gyökeres looks great. We're missing Palmer. Reese, I think this might be you, my friend. Reese44. Is this your team? Gotta be, right? Yeah, there's a few players I would swap. So if we could downgrade Alisson, we could swap Mitchell to Lacroix. If we could swap Spence for Van der Ven, we could swap Diakite for Senesi. And then you're keeping the same structure, but with just maybe some slightly more reliable players. And that will give you 0.5 in the bank. I mean, I personally would swap Gyökeres for Watkins, but I get that's just a difference of opinion. Is there any way to get Palmer in this team? I mean, ultimately, the bench is really strong. So I'm assuming this is a bench boost game week 1. But maybe not, because you've got Dubravka there who might not be available. This is I'm sorry, Reese. This is a 7. This is 7 out of 10. There is quite a few things I'm not super keen on. Look, it could definitely work, which is why it's not a 5. But there you go. Ayan has become a member of the channel at triple captain level. I just threw that in there. I didn't think anyone would ever actually become a triple captain member level, but that's insane. Thank you so much, Ayan. We appreciate that. Right, let's go to the next team. This is from Bogdan. Sanchez, Tarkovsky, Murillo, Van der Ven, Salah, Palmer, Rice, Anderson, Saka, Strand Larsen, Watkins, Dubravka, Anderson, Gu, and Esteve. We've got to give this a this is like a 10, right? Nah, maybe not. Not huge on Rice. This is a 9. This is a 9. This is an 8.5, 9 out of 10 team. This is good. This is good stuff. Next team is Anders. I've got super chat here. Aditya says is given a team here. Mark has as well by the looks of things. Up the Tune and Jay putting in some super stickers. Thank you very much for the stickers. But Aditya says Sanchez, Canate, Porro, Van der Ven, Kudus, Salah, Neto, Gakpo, Bruno, Joao Pedro, Bowen, bench for Bruggen and Nico, Gu, Diouf, bench boost, captain Pedro Porro. Yeah, for a bench boost team, that's strong actually. Yeah. That's going to be a huge score game week 1, Aditya. I can tell you that. That is an enormous scoring game week 1. Oh, actually, is it? Q might not play. But aside from that, huge. Huge. Mark says, thoughts on my team? Sanchez, Milenkovic, Anderson, Diouf, Ronaldo, Porro, Palmer, Wirtz, Gakpo, Rutter, Dewsbury Hall, Haaland, Watkins, Larsen, Dubravka. Generally, I like it. I think maybe you're maybe missing a 6.5 to 7 million midfielder for the price point. Maybe the 7.5 million price point as well, but maybe Watkins can cover that one to a degree. I struggle to find a week where I would actually sell Watkins, which is why I don't really consider him a cash cow player. Certainly not for the opening like 5, 6, 7, 8 game weeks. Anyway. But yeah, no, it's Mark, it looks a very strong team. It is a very strong team indeed. Right. Any members, by the way, that are new coming in, can someone in the chat, I don't know if there's any mods here or anything, but can you explain to new members how to submit their team? Because I feel like I'm saying it every kind of few minutes, and I don't want to annoy anyone listening in the chat. But did we rate this team? This team in front of me from Anders is a 9? 9.5? 9.5. This is 9.5 team. I like this one. I like this team. Right. Next. So this team is from Tex. Sanchez, Van der Ven, Kanate's rogue. Diouf, Salah, Palmer, Fernandez, Reinders, Kudus, Ekatike, Watkins, Dubravka, Dorgu, Mark Ewan, Esteve. This is like an 8. I think I'm a little concerned about Reinders. I'm a little concerned about Isak signing and ruining Ekatike, and I'm a little concerned about itchy nose. I promise you I'm not picking my nose, guys. I just have a really annoying itch inside my nostril. I know, classic excuse. Kanate is a little rogue for me as well. I think this is an 8. It's a good team, though. It is a good team. Just has a few things that I would personally be uncomfortable with. Next team is from Mickey Ree. Sanchez, Pedro Porro, Murillo, Juve, Sanchez, Palmer, Bruno, Ahmad, Reinders. Ahmad is a little rogue, but he's good for pub rating. Watkins, Raul Pedro on the bench, Dubravka, Richards, Steve, Mark Yu. Similar to my team, actually. Very similar to my team. And therefore, I have to give it a 9.5 out of 10. Brilliant stuff. I'm not personally seeing the vision on Ahmad. I'm not seeing the vision, unfortunately. So Mickey Ree was the most recent one. So we've got a few more teams to rate. Thank you, Mikey, legend man. This team is from who we got? Dom, bench boost, game week 1. Dom, this is your team, my friend. Verbruggen, Tarkovsky, Van der Ven, Frimpong, Wirtz, Kudus, Palmer, Saka, Joao Pedro, Bowen, Watkins, Henderson, Tossin, Dewsbury Hall, Nico Williams. We've got a bench boost game week 1, which means that you basically had to sacrifice Salah. Is there a way to get Salah in this team and still maintain a strong bench boost? Surely there's got to be. Even if it means Saka to Salah and Wirtz to Dewsbury Hall or something like that, would that work? I think I would do it if it's possible. I might actually still leave you short, to be honest. Salah is very expensive. You could do a lot without having Salah. Maybe you could downgrade Frimpong. You know what? I like this team. I like this team. This is for a bench boost. I like it. But overall, I'm not huge on the strategy, so I'm going to give it an 8. Who should I swap Kanate to, says Tex? How much is he? 5.5. You got Murillo in there. Let's go back and have a look at your team. Murillo. If he's 5.5, Murillo. Which I think he is. Jay is trying to put a message in instead. Let's read your message out, Jay. Gave a sticker. Crying face. Managed Jorginho in my team and Salah. Sanchez, Porro, Juve, Jorginho, Palmer, Salah, Wirtz, Reinders, Watkins, Pedro Porro, bench of Dubravka, Munoz, Gu, and Ronaldo. What do you think? Quite like it, actually. Yeah, I do quite like that. I'm not sure I would want both Jorginho and Reinders in my team, though. I just would want to have that extra 0.5 somewhere to make an upgrade on Jorginho or Reinders if things were to go wrong. Because both Jorginho and Reinders are quite risky picks, so I'm not sure. Sun Explorer still struggling. Dude, I really don't know how to center the drive. Can't you just click on the link and click, if you're on a PC, you can just drag and drop the file into the folder. That's how I usually do it. But there should also be a button, like a plus button, where you could just upload your own file from your phone if you're on mobile. It should work like that. But without seeing your device or what you're on, it's very difficult to say. In fact, take a screenshot of your of what your screen looks like and drop it in this folder, and then I'll have a look at what your screen looks like, and then I can give advice from there. Well, does that kind of defeat the point, maybe? All right, let's look at this next team. So this is going to be from Mohammed. Dom says it was playing up for me as well. It sounds like you got there in the end, my friend. So this is from Mohammed. Sanchez, Virgil, Gabriel, Amas. That's the roguish shout so far. Concert, Salah, Palmer, Wirtz, Andreas, Joao Pedro, Watkins, Dubravka, Esteve, Bruno G, and Mark Gu. I think the areas of concern are Amas, and obviously Bruno G, and I think Andreas is a little risky here as well. So for that reason, because there are a few problem areas in this team, and I'm not a huge fan of the Consa pick generally, so for those reasons, I'm going to give this a 7 out of 10. But if you could resolve the Amas and Bruno situation, I think you're on to a winner. For a 4-4-2, it's decent. And Andreas as well. I'd rather go for Harry Wilson than Andreas, actually. If you really want a Fulham midfielder, that's definitely something I would consider. This is we got option 2 from Mohammed. Sanchez, Murillo, Richards, Pedro Porro, Rogers, Reinders, Wirtz, Salah, Palmer, Watkins. Let's just compare these two teams. This is better. This one's better. Option 2 is the one. Option 2 is the one. Okay. So, how on earth am I gonna? Okay, we need a plan for this one, I think, because this is a screenshot that is almost in the distance. It's in the distance, Nath. You're killing me, man. All right, let's zoom in. Let's see what we got here. Aha! I can see. You know what, actually? You know what? If we leave it back out there, put my glasses on. Ah, yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Now I can see it perfectly. I can see it perfectly now, but I bet zoom in. I know I can see it perfectly, but I bet zoom in just so other people can see it. Now we've got to be considerate here. We got to be a little considerate. So, right. Sanchez, Juve, Williams, Pedro Porro, Bruno, Palmer, Salah, and Jai, Anderson, Bowen, Watkins, Dubravka, Richards, Esteve, Mark Yu. Like it. See you later, Mikey. Nice to see you, my friend, in the chat. Nice to see you, and good luck in Gameweek 1, of course, my friend. Right, let's see here. What is this? This is a good team. I think this is a good team. Sun Explorer. So, Dan, I don't actually know how to use Google Drive. Yeah, I wish I could try and better explain it, but I don't know. Is there maybe try and Google how to use it? Yeah, it's yeah, it's unfortunate. Nave says, sorry, Dan, took the screenshot like an idiot. That's fine, bro. It's fine. But yeah, this is a good team. I've zoomed out. This is a good team. How have you managed to get Bowen in there? Oh, you've downgraded Murillo to Nico Williams. Not few people are doing that, to be fair. I'm so tempted. Yes, Sutton, you could try on a if you've got access to a PC, maybe that'll work. I'm very tempted to follow you actually, Nath, and do something similar. Drop Murillo down to Williams, because that would actually, instead of doing Joao Pedro to Bowen, it will allow me to get to Cody Gakpo. But I'm a little worried about this Isaac thing picking up steam. So, but there you go. It's a good team. This is a 9.5. Could potentially be a 10. You know, could potentially be a 10. This is strong. This is a really strong team. I like this. I like this. Right. Okay, next up. Next team. Oh, we need to find this next one. Oh, wait. Are we done? Oh, we got one more. We got one more. Oh, I think. And we got two more. Oh, no. There's a guy called Jack throwing in some teams. Okay, let's do this one. I think we might stop doing team ratings in a minute, just because we haven't even started the FPL Team Name World Cup. Like, I thought, 4-hour stream, this is going to be such a long one. We are not going to possibly be able to fill the time. But it's flying by. We've been streaming for, what, over 2.5 hours now? CFC Ethan, I don't know what level member you are, but it's the starting 11 membership level or above. And it's on the posts tab on my YouTube channel page. So anyway, let's have a look at Joe's team. Sanchez, Nico, Van der Ven, Porro, Wirtz, Palmer, Bruno, Marmouche, Gyökeres, Watkins, Ekitike. There's a no Salah, no Haaland team. Dubravka, Senesi, Deveni, and Esteve. For a no Salah, no Haaland team, I like it. I do. I really do like it. But I would like it more if it was a team that had one of Salah or Haaland. And maybe the way to do that is to... Can you get Marmouche or Gyökeres to Salah or Haaland by dropping Ekitike down? Possibly. Maybe have to drop down Wirtz a little bit as well. I don't know, maybe. Hello, Shekel. Hello, Shannon. How you doing, guys? Is Solanke going to start? Difficult to say. I think there's a good chance of Solanke starting at this point, to be fair. Right, so, oh man, CFC Ethan, man. I was just about to stop doing these team ratings for a bit, and I know you're about to throw your team in, aren't you? You're about to throw your team in. All right. You are the last one, though, Ethan. Thank you for supporting the channel. And then we'll go, well, at least the last for now. We will do Sutton Explorer's team at some point, though, when he figures out how Google Drive is going to work for him. Right, so this is option 1 and 2 for Jack. And the difference seems to be Palmer. Oh, wait. There's Rodgers, Jorginho, and and Stan Larson versus Rice, Palmer, and Joao Pedro. No, it's not Palmer. It's Rice, Dewsbury Hall, and Joao Pedro. Ooh. I like... You know what, Jack? I'll keep this one very, very quick and simple. Oh, screen's black. Yeah, I forgot to unhide it. Sorry, guys. Apologies. So these are the two teams. This is team 1. And this is team 2. I think I like team 2 more. team 2 more. There's some good players in this. I think there is just maybe some weaknesses in this team. Like Rice, I'm not fully convinced by, maybe. And Dewsbury Hall is fine as long as it's enabling something. But what is it enabling in this team? I can't really figure out what it's enabling. So I'm not fully convinced. I think it's the Rice issue, maybe. Alex says in the chat, Dan, why do you think the hype behind Gyökeres and De Kuyper and Ekitike disappeared? The hype always appears when a new signing signs for a football club. And then people get their sensible heads back on and think, okay, yeah, they're exciting, they're new, they're shiny, they're fun, but do I really want that kind of drama in my FPL team? And often the answer is no. Often the answer is no. But I mean, it's possible. It's possible. We've got a couple of super chats here. DT44 Base said, any thoughts on Evan Nilsson? I like him after Gameweek 1. I quite like him. And Pranav says, should I go with Tosin or Tarkovsky? I would prefer Tarkovsky to Tosin. I think Tosin is at some risk of rotation, which is not a game I would particularly like to play. Are we finally caught up? Are we finally caught up with teams? CFC Ethan, of course, he said. He's got it in time. Right, nick of time, CFC Ethan, but this is the last team rating. All right, Sanchez, Van der Ven, Nico Williams, Conser, Salah, Palmer, Fernandez, and Jai, Rodgers, Watkins, Joao Pedro. Same bench as me. Yeah, it was basically the same as my team, but Williams and Jai and Rodgers instead of Murillo, Kudus, and Dewsbury Hall. Oh no, it's got Conser in there as well instead of no Pedro Porro. Oh, okay, there is a few changes to my team. Triple Aston Villa is maybe a little much. It's a little much. I don't think I would. Sutton Explorer, if you can figure out how to use the Google Drive in like the next hour, I'll still do your team, man. I'll still do your team. Right. Yeah, I'm not a huge Conser fan. I think this is a strong team outside of that, though. So 9? 9 out of 10? Pretty decent. Sabaro says thoughts on Burmo / Cunha. Maybe not for game week 1. Maybe not for game week 1. But after that, they're players to keep an eye on. I don't think the fixtures are good enough in the immediate term to pick them up, though. There's still a few mysteries around Manchester United, how good they'll be. And I think their weak fixtures are maybe an opportunity to scout the likes of Mbeumo and Cunha. So although they are shiny and new and exciting, at least for Manchester United fans, it's not a place I think I would want to go immediately. And I think, anyway, and maybe that's personal opinion. Maybe that's personal opinion. Right. Okay. That will do for Rate My Teams for now. I think we've done a lot. Quite a lot, anyway. Yeah, we did loads. Cool. All right. We need to do FPL Team Name World Cup. Do people even care at this point? Right. Let's see here. I think we just go 32 teams. We can bang this out in half an hour. Maybe 45 minutes. Well, we'll do it in the background whilst we're talking about FPL. I think that's probably the best plan. So we need to get to 32 nominations, 32 team name nominations. I'm going to carry on looking on my Twitter to see if I can find any other fantastic looking team names. But if you have any suggestions, then I would love to see them. On the other hand, I'm actually so hot. I actually have to open a window. This is getting crazy. I'm dying here, man. Oh, that's another breeze. Oh, just stick my head out the window. Can I get a bit of a draft going on? I might have to open the door a little bit and disturb the whole household. Oh, that's a nice breeze. Okay. Oh, better. Being in a box room how hot is it? Like 30-degree heat in UK houses that are built to retain heat with no windows open or anything like that. It's not doable. Oh. Right. We'll put some of your suggestions in. 360 No Pope is always a favourite of mine. Shaka Packet in the Night Garden, brilliant. Bow and Arrow. I'm going to favour any team names that are like, I'm going to talk a little quiet now because the window's like wide open and my house is a little isolated, but I'm embarrassed. Any team names that have players who are current Premier League players and particularly real FPL options, I think will get priority. So Vert's Nightmare, I like that. I think that goes straight in. Has anyone got a Gyökeres one? I'd love to see a Gyökeres one. What +1 for Yash? What's Yash? We see Acuna Mateta every year. Oh, actually, maybe not with Cunha in. All right, we'll throw that in as a maybe. And we'll do no rude ones either. What the Skelly? Well, we can go in the maybe. Will says Reinders / Anderson plus Njai or Dewsbury Hall and Rogers. I'm leaning towards the Dewsbury Hall and Rogers kind of set up at the moment. Kind of leaning towards that. Right, what else have we got in the chat? And again, I am going to prioritize ones that are not rude and also our current Premier League players. And that's kind of what I want to see, to keep it fresh each year. We've got a Reinders one already. Cucumbrella. Cucumbrella we're going for. Brilliant. Me, myself, and Jai is good. Did we already have something? Oh, we already have that. It's already on the list. Beef jerky. Is it good? I guess it's pretty good. Unless someone's got a better jerky one. Panic at the Sesco. Not bad. It's not bad. Oh, I believe I can fly. That's good. I'm going to also have a look through my Twitter because there's almost 1,000 suggestions here. There's a lot of interesting jokes that I cannot possibly repeat. Peaky Rinders is better than Baby Rinders. Peaky is better because it actually works with the... Yeah, Peaky Rinders is good. The Floris Lavio is good. What have you got in the chat, guys? The highs and the lows. I do quite like that. Star Wars is quite good. I'm going to put that in the maybe list. Looking for original. I'm looking for new, fresh ones that we haven't maybe seen in previous years, because otherwise it's just going to be the same ones winning every year. I'll throw my phone on charge as well. Some of them I just don't get. Corn on the cobby. We'll put it in the maybe. Some awful ones there. Ninja Skirtles or 40-year-old Virgil. I'm not going to put Ninja Skirtles in because that is a little, maybe a little, I don't want to say outdated, but if we're trying to keep fresh names each year, I think we need to try and stick with current players. 40-year-old Virgil, I can put in the maybe list for sure. We'll have a vote for you guys to throw some of these in. Stranger Mings we see quite often. Is it worth? I think it's been in every year in the World Cup we've done. It's been done every year. Some of these I don't go. I don't get. Major League Soccer. It's football, not soccer. Americans in the chat not happy with these suggestions. Is this the way to have Murillo? Yep. Good. Copy and paste I like, actually. I like that a lot. Quite shrewd. Quite shrewd. Okay. Have we got enough teams now, maybe? Atomic Gittens. Love it. I want to see new players to the Premier League in here. I want to see new, fresh team names. The top 4 from last year are already automatically qualified for this year. So we need some new ones. Throwing Sharda, throwing Shade. Yeah, I don't know if it works. I'm on the fence. I'm going to carry on looking at these. What have we got here? We've got a lot of names that I just cannot. There's a lot of rude ones I just cannot include in the tournament. I wish I could, but I cannot. Loads of suggestions that are all like jokes about all kinds of heinous things. Absolutely heinous. Super chat from Ethan says replace console with Juve and Rogers or Kudos. Kudos? Yeah, that would work. That would be nice. I mean, I would rather probably swap out Conte because I'm not really a fan of him as a pick. Billy Bob says Bowen and Tarkovsky or Watkins and Esteve. If you're not going to play that defender slot very often, then I would go for Watkins. If you do want to play him regularly, then. But like, Watkins is only 1 million. Can you not go for a 4.5? Watkins and a 4.5 million? Maybe. Isak at this game. We'll give you that one. Would you believe it? I like it. Sanchez and Van der Ven or Trafford and Tosin. I would not pick Trafford in FPL, I don't think. I would go for Sanchez and Van der Ven there, I think. Euro Wisser Harry. That's maybe. I think Sesko McNeil deal is maybe a little too niche. Ariana Grande I like, but that was in it last year. Okay, I'm going to shut this window because I can hear people outside my house. There you go. Basically, one of my neighbors basically operates a business out of his garage. So, yeah, there's often people like not right next to my house, but like near the window ish, kind of. But we can be a bit louder now. Couple of super chats. Football for Life says like Nori, Porro, Juve, Williams, Esteve, Vert, Bruno, Gakpo, Palmer, Rogers, Watkins, Pedro, Mateta. Any changes? Saka and Gu or Rogers and Mateta? I like Rogers and Mateta, I think. Unless you're just gonna, unless you need to, you're just gonna bench them every week, I guess. It depends if you need that slot. Do you need the Gu slot, or are they going to be on your bench primarily? Mateta can come in and be useful though, but it looks like you don't need him. Do you need that many premium midfielders and attackers? Probably not. So in that sense, maybe just go for Saka and Gu. There you go. Eunice says Williams or Murillo. I prefer Murillo. If it's possible to get Murillo, I would do it. Nerve Perish says Gakpo and Kudus slash Mitoma or Wirtz and Rutter. I think I'd go for Wirtz and Rutter, to be honest, if I had that choice. Dylan says time to Thior? I might be stupid. I don't get that one. Maybe someone can explain that to me. Maybe I'm being dumb. Time to Thior. Is that not how you say his name? How do you pronounce his name? Someone's got to help me out. Kudus or Rogers, sorry. It's up to you. I don't think I'm going to pick Rogers game week 1. I mean, I might still, though. I don't know, Ethan, honestly. Between those two, they're both good. They're both good. They are both good. Sid Vicious says Joao Pedro and Rogers or Bowen and Njai. Out of those two, Joao Pedro and Rogers. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. All right, a lot of people asking FPL questions, so we do need to hurry this along, I think. Right, do we have enough teams? I think we've got slightly too many teams. We need to cut 2. I'm going to cut. Can anyone come up with a better Ekatike team name than HS Ekatiki Toki? Because I think that's a little too niche. So that's going to go. And I think what the Skelly is too niche as well. So that's got to go. Eki Taka. Perfect. Perfect. That'll do. Eki Taka. Brilliant stuff. That means we need to cut one. Chat, which one should we cut? Which is the worst team name here? Tell me which one the worst team name is and we'll cut it. Nicole says, hi, Dan. We are so back. Hope you're well. My 15, Bart, Dubravka, Nico, Van der Ven, Tarkovsky, Richards, Esteve, Salah Palmer, Bruno Njai, Anderson, Watkins, Joao Pedro, Pirot. Pirot is not looking good, by the way, because Dominic Calvert-Lewin is signed for Everton. That's for Everton, for Leeds, and is looking to be the new striker there. So, Nicole, I would probably actually recommend removing Pirot. Other than that, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Araya says, your thoughts on Harry Wilson? He had excellent preseason. Why is his ownership so low? It's because he's like a little rotation risk. I think that's the main reason. He was in and out of the team last season. Some of that was due to injury, but just generally, that's difficult. It is difficult. Yeah, sorry, Nicole. I think I did put it in the ticker. Maybe I should put the other issue is Anderson is now a little risky. I wonder what people are saying on Twitter about Anderson, by the way. Douglas Luiz has agreed terms with Nottingham Forest, which may impact Anderson. I want to check Twitter to see what the consensus is here. Does anyone take it? It seems like maybe some people are taking out Anderson. But I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah. People put in Reinders instead of Anderson now, it seems like it, maybe. But I'm kind of a little nervous on that one, to be honest. So maybe you could do that. There's a possibility. It seems like generally on my timeline, the Anderson hype has cooled massively, hugely. So, right, which one am I cutting out of these teams? Let's see. So, Duncan Adingra. You could do. He's definitely one of those players on that list, right? Right. What are we cutting? We're cutting Ariola Grande, maybe Murphy. Let's cut. What's overused? What do we see too often? We see 360 no Pope every year. Ariola Grande was in it last year. Maybe that can be cut. All right, fine. So we're going to keep this simple and short today because it is just an hour until the FPL deadline. How has it happened? How has this happened so fast? How is it almost FPL deadline already? So, randomizer. We need a randomizer. List randomizer. Here we go. So all we need to do is take this list of players, throw it in here, and randomize. And suddenly, we have our groups. Oh, crap. What's going on here? So, we need to basically going to delete all of this, delete all the qualifiers. What am I doing? Oh my God, maybe I should have organized this earlier. To be fair, I thought we'd spend more time on this, to be honest, but genuinely, we've had such a great amount of suggestions. It's a shame we can't get them all in. Right, so these are going to be the groups. We need 4 to 8. And then we're going to do we're going to do a poll on every group, and we might even send one through per group. Is that going to cut? Is that going to be too quick? Who was last year's champion again? I forget. It was something stupid, wasn't it? What was it? What was the last one I threw in? 40-year-old Virgil. So you can go in here. I appreciate this is not particularly interesting to watch, by the way, guys, but we've got to do what we've got to do. So Brendan Jerry's was the last one there. The next one is going to be... What? Why did... Huh? Did I only select 3? Oh, I did. Right, Peaky Rinders is going to be the next one. Super chat from Joseph. Rank Frimpong, Virgil, Kukure, and Ait Nori. Okay. Virgil, Kukurea, Ait Nori, Frimpong. That's going to be controversial, I'm sure. They're all great. That's why they cost 6 million, though, to be fair. That's why they cost so much. How's it risky to go Gyökeres over Watkins? Watkins is just much more reliable. You know what you're going to get. He's Premier League proven year after year after year. Gyökeres is coming into a new team, new system. He's never played at a high level in the Premier League, at least. There's just a little more mystery around how quickly he can integrate, get up to speed, plus his fixtures are worse. So there's a few reasons why Gyökeres is more risky than Watkins. That doesn't mean that Gyökeres is a bad pick. It just means that you are dealing with more unknowns with Watkins. So let's get this first poll going, and then we can talk about some FPL. We probably should with 1 hour to go. I might actually ask my wife if she'll get me a drink as well. That feels like I feel like I should probably drink something because I've been streaming for over 3 hours and I've run out of liquid. Right, which is the best team name? The first poll includes Cobby Dobby Doo. Surely they're not going to win. Eze Come, Eze Go was the champion last year. Let's find them. Works even more now because put the trophy next to their name because they're last year's champion. It's even more relevant now because Eze might come to Spurs and go from Crystal Palace. There you go. It's a great pun. What's going on here? Can you get me a squash, please? I love you. There you go. Let's see if I get a squash. Okay. Let's do FPL. Let's have a look here. I am flagging a little bit. I can't lie, guys. It's the heat. It's the heat. It's crazy in here. Right. This is where I am with my team right now. Sunny Explorer says, nah, still can't figure out Google Drive out. Just wanted to know if Porro and Njai with 1 million in the bank or Van der Ven and Wirtz is better, Dan. Ooh, I think Van der Ven and Wirtz is probably better, to be fair. I get that, like, Pedro Porro is very tempting, though. Very tempting indeed. But yeah, I think if you've got the money, you should probably spend it game week 1. I say that with 0.5 million in the bank, by the way. Sid Fisher says, how many chance that Job and Rogers start game week 1? I think there is a chance that they don't start game week 1. I think if you've got both of them, you may be playing with some fire, but yeah, I think they're probably both odds on to start. Yes, can I have one of those, please? Why have you made me 2? I only got an apple. Why? I can't drink both of them. Wow, double squash. And also, how busy are you? You asking me to iron? No. I'm just asking how busy you are. I'm watching a program, but when it finishes, I'll do it. Really? so much. Thank you. I'm darling. You are darling. Thank you so much. Love you. Well, I did not get just one, but two squashes. Wow. I'll be hydrated in no time. We'll be hydrated in no time. I'm going to close this curtain as well because it's bringing a little bit too much light for my liking. Okay, right, back. Where are we? Thank you, Mrs. FPL Mate, for the wonderful 2 pints of squash. Amazing. Right, I'm just going to answer questions in the chat generally now. We'll do that for a little while. Rowan says, somehow on FPL Hub, my team has more points than the AI suggested wildcard over 5 weeks. More points or like a higher rating, a percentage rating, because the team rating tool rates your team over a slightly longer window. Love that we're seeing the blackcurrant squash emojis coming in. Yeah, so the AI team rating takes a longer period of games into consideration, but also tails off. So the sooner the game week is, the higher priority it is. I don't know the exact algorithm, how they work it out, but it's like that-ish. Now, the comparison. What do you mean the comparison? Like the AI wildcard under AI teams? I don't really get it, sorry. How are you on Dewsbury Hall now? Rodri came back from injury sooner than expected. Foden too. And Douglas Luiz looks like he's signing for Nottingham Forest. So, yeah, that kind of ruined a couple of those plans, to be honest, which has made a lot of my videos, actually, this preseason a little bit obsolete. But, yeah, that is what it is. That's why people are kind of moving off Anderson. It's that Douglas Luiz transfer does put Anderson into some minutes trouble. And I think previously the idea is that you have Anderson is because he's going to play every minute. That's a huge part of his appeal. He's playing loads of minutes, so he's guaranteed to be on the pitch. That means it's going to be much easier for him to be picking up defensive contribution points as well. The thing is, if Anderson, even if Anderson is starting, but suddenly he's getting subbed off at 65 minutes, that's going to be his how many defensive contributions he can get in a game down by a third. So, per 90 defensive contribution numbers are only good or only relevant if the player is playing 90 minutes. And if he's not going to play 90 minutes regularly anymore, he loses a lot of the appeal that we initially were thinking of him for. And by the way, on set pieces, I know Anderson is a corner taker. Douglas Luiz is also a set piece taker, also a corner taker. So, yeah, it is worrying if that signing does go through. It does damage Anderson as an asset. And if you are already on the fence, I think it's pretty simple to remove Anderson at this point. But if you are more certain, more sure, then yeah, you could stick with Anderson. Like he still could be feasible, but yeah, he's out of my team. I'm off him. Who are the Anderson replacements? Well, one option is just to restructure, to be honest. Just to restructure your team. I mean, I'm toying with the idea of just going for a 4-4-2 somehow. So that's a possibility. That is a possibility. Maybe instead of Dewsbury Hall and Big Steve, we go for someone else. I don't know if there's a 4.5 I feel I'm missing in my team right now. I think would be the only reservation on that one, to be honest. But there we go. Thoughts on Juve? He's in my team. I like him as a pick. As long as he works in a rotation where you know who's going to play when is Juve going to be covered, because Juve does have some rough fixtures in there. So as long as you feel like you can cover him with your other defenders for certain game weeks. So I'd be looking to cover game week 2, Chelsea, game week 4, Spurs, maybe. Game week 5 is kind of optional. Game week 7, you want him covered. All the other weeks look pretty good for him, in fairness, but you know, around half of his games, you're going to maybe want to try and cover them. Super chat from Anup says, will Gakpo start for sure? Game week 1, I think it's incredibly likely that he starts. I don't want to say 100%. I think that would be foolish. But we're looking at 85 to 90% chance of Gakpo starting in game week 1. It's very, very high. Very high indeed. Very high indeed. Juve or Wan-Bissaka? For me, it's no competition, Lumen. It's Juve, who I think is going to play as the more advanced left back on that side. Whereas Wan-Bissaka on the right may be playing a little more defensively this season. So the way West Ham might line up, for example, is if they're playing with this 5 at the back formation, in attack, you've got kind of Juve providing the width on the left, and we've got Bowen providing the width on the right. And whoever the left attacking midfielder is, or, you know, left centre midfielder, which is most likely going to be Paqueta, you kind of tuck in, give Juve that freedom to get up that left-hand side. Because really, Juve is a left midfielder. He's not really a left back. Whereas Wan-Bissaka, yes, he's been playing as a wing back, as a right midfielder, but he is more of a right back, you would say, typically. So yeah, this kind of suits the strategy that Potter is going ahead with, judging by pre-season. So Juve seems to be the guy, the boy, the one to go for. So it would seem. So there we go. Right. Will Juve be the new Lundstrom? You never know. You never know. Sun Explorer says, I really couldn't figure out the drive, so I tweeted you, mate. Sorry about that. Oh, it's fine. Let's figure it out. I don't know what was going wrong there, though. Right. Let's see if we can find a tweet from you. Power Grinders? Yeah, it doesn't work. Where is this? Sun Explorer. I'm on my notifications on Twitter, and I cannot find you. CFC Ethan. No, you're a Chelsea fan. You should know. Tossing for me is not an option, no. I think there's too much rotation risk. Inbox. Oh, but then I've got to open my DMs on stream, which is not really something I want to do. That seems quite disrespectful to anyone who's DM'd me. Okay, how am I going to do this then? Okay, I have an idea. Okay. Oh, there's 2 teams. Okay, can I open them both? Yeah, I'm trying to open the images in new tab so we can look. Yeah, but I want them on screen. I want the images on screen, but I don't want to show any DMs or anything like that on the screen. But we got it. Have we got it? No, it won't let me open these images in the new tab. Why? Okay, this will work, I guess. Okay, here we go. So this is Sutton Explorers Team 1, I guess. I don't know which one's Team 1, which one's Team 2, but we'll call this one Team 1. Getting all these messages from don't know. Right. Sanchez, Van der Ven, Murillo, Juve, Salah, Reinders, Palmer, Wirtz, Gakpo, Watkins, Bowen, Dubravka, Richards, Steve, and Mark Yu. This is triple Liverpool attack. Is bold. It is very, very bold. How is this even affordable? Who's been cut? Oh, I guess Gakpo's only 7.5, isn't he? Oh, okay. So it's like, yeah, okay. I got it. I get it. Not huge on the triple Liverpool attack. I think that's a little bit all your eggs in one basket, maybe. Is that too much? Particularly as, yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced about triple Liverpool attack. Let's have a look at the next team. What do you guys think in the chat? Okay, so this one is only double. So this one has Pedro Porro and Njai instead. If you're looking for a balanced team, the other one has 1 million. So this team has 1 million in the bank. This one has this second one I've just looked at has 1 million in the bank. This is actually the better team, I would say. It's more balanced, it's more reliable. But you have 1 million in the bank. Why not spend it? Why don't you just you could just do Gakpo to Wirtz. If you just did Gakpo to Wirtz, unless Gakpo's a player you really, really want. Or you could do Njai to Rogers or Semenyo potentially. Yeah. There's a couple of options there. But yeah, I don't think I would hold the 1 million. I like this team though, more than the other team. So yeah, I would say go for this team. If it's up to me anyway. And yeah, think about where you can throw that 1 million in. I think it's worthwhile throwing in the 1 million. Right, let's end the first round of the Club Name World Cup. Club Name? FPL Team World Cup. And Jeremy Ping Pong is our first qualifier. And I'm going to throw in the next poll, guys, for the best FPL team name. You guys to start voting immediately. Just give me one moment to copy and paste them all in. Just one more copy and paste. Ironic. All right. And Jeremy Ping Pong is the winner of that round. Congratulations, Jeremy. Get your votes in for the next one. We'll see who can win the whole thing. Right. Paredes says head-to-head Sanchez versus Sells. I'm on Sanchez right now. I don't think Sells is a bad pick though. I think he's very good. Yeah, I prefer Sanchez, but they're both good. Can't complain about either, really. Scott says, hey Dan, why is hub rated tossing so high? I wasn't aware that it had. Maybe they're giving him really good minutes potential. But I think you have to factor in your own opinion. Whenever you're looking at predicted points, you have to factor your own opinion in. So if you look at something and you think, I'm not totally convinced by that. Yeah, throw that factor in. So let's have a look, for example. Let's go on the predictions. I'm guessing Tosin is coming out at number 1 right now for 4.5s. Why maybe he's got some hype. Yeah, he is number 1 for 4.5s now. And what minutes is it giving him? I can't remember actually how to. Did used to say how many minutes. Is it need to zoom in or zoom out or something? Yeah, I'm not sure how many. Maybe they took out the predicted minutes, but that's what will be throwing it up. They're probably predicting him like 85 to 90 minutes per game. And I don't think that's right. Because that's what's boosted him to this point. It's because they've added minutes to him. So that'll be why. But I'm still not totally convinced he is like an 85 to 90 minute per game week guy. I think he'll average out a lot less than that. With some rotation there. Right. Next, we've got Paul who says Dewsbury Hall and Rogers or Anderson and Jai. I think Dewsbury Hall and Rogers at this point, to be honest. Because of Maresca comments. Oh, they say 90 minutes. What were Maresca's comments, Ayan? What were they? What did he say? What specifically about? Hang on, let me just do this real quick. To get rid of Sutton's teams. Maybe because if I'm missing information, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, so like I might actually be missing some things. So Maresca on who? on tossing. Last year we played 6. The only one that could do that job well is play. Okay. Oh, I completely missed this. Oh wait. Wait. So what is happening here? Is he saying that he will start every game or that he won't? Last year we played 64 games. We played 64 games with Levi and Tossin. The only one that could do that job well is Tossin. And this guy is saying, maybe people can understand now. Maresca's saying exactly what I've been saying for weeks. Tossin can't start every single game next season. And currently, that is what's going to happen. So, yeah, he is saying that he's going to start every game. That does make Tossin a really nice option, to be fair. If that's going to be the case. Maybe his... I mean, it's Maresca trusts Chalobah and Tossin, and Fofana is nearing a return. I just feel like with Fofana and Hato... Even Badiashile, when he's back. Are we really saying that? We're saying Colwell and Tossin are the only two who can play as the middle centre back in the back three build-up structure. Right, I'm with you. Wait, really? The only one? I know Hato's not going to play there realistically. Is he really the only one? Is that what he's saying? Okay. So Tossin is going to play every game, is what we're saying, right? All right, interesting. Do I need to be throwing him in my team at this point then? Do I want double Chelsea defense? Probably not really. He's an interesting option though. That's really interesting. Yeah. If I didn't have Sanchez in goal and I didn't have Joao Pedro up front, I'd be really seriously looking at Tossin. But I think because I'm already on triple Chelsea, I don't want to rip up my structure for Tossin. That seems a little bit much. Yeah. Okay. He won't play every game, but the majority, yeah. Okay, maybe his minutes potential are a little higher than I thought they were. All right, I stand corrected. I can only apologise. That's why Tossin is rated so high by Hub. Hub has smashed it, knows more than me. The AI has beaten me again. Amazing stuff. Nicole says, done Hero to Gu with 1 million in the bank. I could do Bart to Cells. Yeah, why not, man? Why not? What would work? Right, we do need to whiz through the team name World Cup because actually we are really running out of time. It is almost deadline, man. Like, honestly, I can't believe how fast this afternoon has gone. It's actually crazy. So next round, we might not even be able to finish. We might have to actually finish this at a later date, which I can't believe I'm saying. By the way, guys, I would seriously think about getting your team to a not necessarily locked in state, but close to. Because I think the FPL servers are going to die soon. I think they're going to die soon. Got super chat. €10 super chat. Thank you so much, Borat. Borat says, Nico Williams, Verts and Kudus, or Murillo, Bruno, or Reinders. Who do I prefer? I think I prefer the second option. So Murillo, Bruno, and Reinders. That's what I would go for there, I think. Let's get past the group stage at least for this team named World Cup, and then we can do the rest. Maybe next week. Whilst people are still kind of tinkering with their team names, we can find the champion. Oh my word, Yoni is still here begging for me to answer them. Oh, Jesus. The craziest thing is, Yoni, the answer to your question is literally on screen. Is it on screen right now? No, it was on screen like a second ago, though. And it will be on your screen again in the next, minute. Right, green, yellow with the super chat says Mickey van der Ven and Mo Kudus or Pedro Porro and Pape Matar Sa. I like... So we're double Spurs in it, no matter what. I like Pedro Porro, but not so much that I would include Sarr, because I think Sarr is just too short term for me. So let's go Van de Ven and Kudus. I think we kind of have to on that one. Another super chat from Ethan says Tosin and Sells ×2 Nottingham Forest defenders, or Sanchez and Juve. Juve is higher upside. Tosin will be getting the clean sheets, but it's probably unlikely to get a huge amount of defensive contribution. So it depends on your appetite there. I am on Sanchez and Juve, so obviously that's my answer. But if you feel a different way, you know, you're a Chelsea fan. If you fancy Tosin, you're seeing something there that I'm not seeing, then you can definitely go that way as well. But for me, it's Sanchez and Juve. Rafi with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Rafi. I'll buy a beer tonight at Fantasy Football Fest. Says Juve or Kuiper and Anderson or Reinders. Juve over Kuipers for me, so I would go for Juve. And then in terms of Anderson versus Reinders, probably lean Reinders at this point. But I also do wonder if we can find some better value elsewhere. Ali's asking, why didn't you go for Kudus and Wilson? I mean, I could go for Wilson. I'm not feeling confident enough. What I really want to avoid the issue I had like early game weeks last season, where I had a few risky picks in, and suddenly I was using all of my transfers, resolving issues where I should have been using my transfers to wait and plan and yeah, that kind of thing. So I think the only real risky players now in my team are maybe Dewsbury Hall, maybe João Pedro, but probably not based on what we've seen. Like, Everton fans are very excited about Dewsbury Hall, rate him very highly. And Chelsea fans are understandably ecstatic with João Pedro. So those are the only two risks. And yeah, I think I'm lagging, really? It shouldn't be. That seems fine on my end. You think Kudus is a risk? No. Kudus is Spurs fan, so he's not a risk at all. Like he's been with the squad for months now. He arrived right at the beginning of the summer, kind of similar to João Pedro kind of situation. And Kudus is considered, you know, the main starter, the main man, the main right winger that they want and need. Can even play centrally if he needs to. Could play on the left wing if he needs to. So he's versatile, very talented, and Spurs fans are very keen. I'm laggy now and again. I don't know what's going on. Oh wait, I see it. I see it. I just saw a little bit of lag. I don't know. Maybe it's all these super chats coming in. I don't know. But we appreciate them regardless. All right, let's see. Let's check out these super chats. WBA Durag says Gyökeres and Arias, or Saka and Gu would rotate Arias. Let's say Gyökeres and Arias for that one. And Keenan says Porro, Rogers, Pedro, or Van de Ven, Bruno, Strand Larsen. I also have Murillo in both drafts. Let's go for option number 2. Van de Ven, Bruno, and Strand Larsen. I like that combo. Oh, you know what? My whole computer's laggy. Why is it? Is it because we've been streaming for too long? Oh, my chat just died. Is the internet just died? Are we still live? I don't know if you guys can see me or not. Great time for the internet to die, isn't it? I don't know if you guys can hear or see me. I cannot currently see the chat, but I'm working on it. There's a lot of super chats coming in, which maybe is contributing somewhat to the issues. I am live. We're still here. Okay, good. So my internet's not dying. I think it's just because a bunch of super chats came in and a bunch of animations came on screen and throttled my computer for a second there, which is bizarre. Because usually I thought it would be able to handle this kind of thing. Right, let's whiz through these super chats then. And massively appreciate all of the support, of course, guys. So Armac says Tarkovsky and Wirtz or Nico Williams and Bruno. are Williams and Bruno. Dylan says, do you think Grealish is even worth considering? Not for game week 1, but definitely a player we're going to be talking about before too long. Definitely someone we're going to be talking about soon. Mason says, is Nico Williams a rotation risk? Not right now, but if Nottingham Forest do sign a new left back, which has gone a little more quiet, then he is going to be rotation risk to some degree. Not a huge amount. Like 1 in 6 games, maybe. So not a huge amount, but a little bit. Do you think Verbruggen is a big downgrade from Sanchez? No. If you can do some real good with that 0.5 million, I think it's worth doing. Mohammed says, sorry if this was already covered, but do we expect Kelleher to play? It's tough to say. The decision probably hasn't even been made, to be honest, on that one. So it remains to be seen is the answer to that one. I don't know. There is, if you're going for Kelleher game week 1, there is naturally a lot of risk there. I mean, if you've got Kelleher and Dubravka, though, you would hope that at least one of them plays, right? You'd have to be really unlucky if neither of them played, but I guess even that's possible. Would you go Kelleher and Munoz or Sanchez and a 5 million defender? I think I'd have to be tempted by Sanchez and a 5 million defender just to avoid any disasters, really. Which is always a possibility. It's always a possibility. Oh, there we go. Right, let's end this next round. Another super chat from Aus says, Kudus and Reinders or Ndiaye and Reinders? So Kudus versus Ndiaye, basically. I'm on Kudus currently, but maybe that's because I have Dewsbury Hall. I think Ndiaye is maybe the safer of the two. Kudus is quite exciting, though. Mark says, toss in an Alisson or Sanchez and Romero. I prefer Sanchez and Romero out of those two options. I think both of them have higher upsides. I really like Romero as a pick, actually. If I didn't have Pedro Porro, or if I couldn't have Pedro Porro for whatever reason, I would definitely be going there. Right, Control-Alt-Delete won that one. Are we going to be able to even get through this? I don't even know. We've got half an hour left. We're going to have to... The poll is going to have to be like 5 minutes per poll just to get through just to get through the group stages. Would you believe it? Euro Wassari. And 4-year-old Virgil. There we go. Right, 5 minutes on that poll. Time starts now. Get your votes in. No talk of Ekitike. No, not really. I think people are worried with Isak signing for Liverpool that would, suddenly make Ekitike a pretty poor FPL asset, actually. And we don't know how soon that's going to happen or if it's even going to happen. But I think that's one reason why people have, the likes of a Watkins or maybe a Bowen or a Gyökeres in their squad is because you can naturally pivot to an Ekitike if it were to transcend that there is no Isak, and Ekitike is going to be that main Liverpool striker. So that's probably why he's not being spoken about. It's the looming Isak. And I know you got to play what's in front of you, but also be aware of potential problems that can come up in the near future. Sanchez or Cucurella? I think I prefer Sanchez and saving the million. Eunice says Reinders or Dewsbury Hall. I'm on Dewsbury Hall. And I think I'm going to stick with that. I think. We'll see. 25 minutes till deadline. I might not have a choice if the website crashes. By the way, I probably should say at this point, guys, you have if you had any intention of subscribing to Fantasy Football Hub this season, you kind of need to do it now if you want to get the money back guarantee. So I will remind you, there is a link in the description if you want to get 50% off your Fantasy Football Hub subscription. Plus the money back if you don't win your mini league deal, then you got to do it before deadline. You've got to sign up and you've got to submit which mini league you would like to submit as well, which is why it's so important you have to do it before deadline, because you need to tell them which mini league it's going to be. I think that ends at deadline anyway. Pretty sure it does. So yeah, if you had any intention of getting Fantasy Football Hub as a subscription, use the link in the description, claim that deal now rather than... I mean, we may as well get the money back if you don't win your mini league deal. Makes sense, right? Because then, like, it's win-win. If you don't win your mini league, you get your money back. If you do, you won your mini league. So, you know, it worked clearly, the hub subscription. Right, let's go to the next super duper chat. This is from Chronisk, who says Dubravka, Rogers, and Pedro, or Ruffs, Gakpo, and Strand Larsen on my bench boost. Oh, because it's a bench boost. Oh, I don't really like Ruffs for a bench boost, to be honest. Can we go Verbruggen on your bench for 4.5, or is he your starting goalkeeper? Gakpo's not great for a bench boost. I don't know. I don't know if I like this bench boost, man. I'm struggling with Gameweek 1 bench boosts, to be honest. I'm really struggling with it. I've tried out a few different combos. I can't find something I like. So, I don't know if I'm feeling either of those combos. But Dubravka's not going to work. Rogers might not work. You know, the first option could be an absolute disaster. The second option, you're picking players that... Do you really even want these players? Do you really want Ruffs? Gakpo could be okay for short term. Strand Larsen is not great for Game Week 1. I'd go the second option out of those two, but I'm not terribly confident in either. Not terribly confident. Oh, the deadline for telling them what the mini league is the 30th of September. Are you sure? Is it, do you have to tell them when? You have to sign up before today, but then you can tell them anytime up to 30th of September? You have to sign up first and then tell them? You know what? I'm the fantasy football event I'm going to this evening. The guys at Fantasy Football Hub are there tonight, so I will just ask them. So at least we'll have good information next time we stream. Mohammed says, thoughts on Livramento? I don't think I'd be touching Newcastle defenders in the opening couple of game weeks. They've got really tough fixtures in the opening two, Aston Villa and Liverpool, and there's not really much defensive contribution potential there either. So I don't know. Oh, it's sign up before today, but you've got a little while to tell them which mini league you'd like to choose. Oh, that's pretty good then. That's pretty good. That's a good system. Very generous. So you do need to sign up before, well, in the next 20 minutes, basically, to Hub, if you want to get that deal. Crazy. But those of you who have been signing up seem to be enjoying it. So, good. Good stuff. I'm very glad to hear it. I'm a huge Hub fanboy. You guys know this by now. I can't even pretend I'm not. Can't even pretend. Right, let's see what else we got here. So we've gone through. Oh, we've got more super chats, guys. You're crazy with the super chats today. I really appreciate it. Sid Vicious says, if you have 0.5, would you do Nico Williams to Murillo? Yes, I would. I would pretty much straight up do that. Yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't take much for me to convince him to spend that 0.5 on that upgrade. I think it does work. So, but of course, it's up to you. Like, if you don't value the upgrade, but I do. What's the FPL code? My league code should be in the stream description. Maybe I should have it on screen somewhere. Maybe we'll sort that out for next week, because it's never too late to join the FPL Mate mini league. It's never too late. But it's in every video and every stream description. You have to scroll down a little bit to find it, but it is in every single video and stream description, and on screen in some videos, but not all. I welcome you. Anyone who wants to fancy joining the FPL Mate mini league, I welcome all of you, and I'd love to have you in. Is that your final team on screen? Oh, mate, I tell you what, there's no such thing as a finals team until the deadline passes. There's no such thing. No such thing at all. Oh, you know what? I've got an air horn. I've got 3 air horns, actually. I was gonna, when the deadline passed, we usually do the full-time whistle, but I thought an air horn might be more fun. All right. Check this out. How does it work? I don't even know how it works. Do I have to blow into it? Okay. Guys, how does this work? Air horn, not really an air horn, a Venezuela? Would you describe this as a Venezuela? It's a bit French, isn't it? Do I blow in this hole? Or do I need to attach something to it? Well, that answers that one. That's very loud. That is very loud. And I have 3, so I could blow all of them. Fun. How fun. It's going to be an absolute melody. All right, actually, no more blowing. We save them until deadline. We'll save them until deadline. That's how we celebrate here. Right. Anna Rude with the super chat says Wilson versus Njai versus Anderson. Isn't Wilson a better pick from a better team and almost nailed and better attack contributions? Thoughts? I think the problem is with the nailed on thing. He's not nailed on, really. He's not nailed on. That's the issue. If you do fancy him, his fixtures are maybe slightly worse than Njai and Anderson, and he's not nailed on. And I think that's the problem. And that's why people are maybe sometimes leaning towards some other players. But like, Njai is 1 million more expensive. You could maybe compare him to Dewsbury Hall, potentially. Venezuela. We're calling it Venezuela. Am I even saying that right? South Africa World Cup 2010 seems like so long ago. So long ago. Let's answer some random questions in the chat. I've been answering a lot of super chats, but we need to answer some random questions in the chat. Let's just go for a few quick fire. Hakuna Matata says, Reinders or Ndai? I think if you can afford Ndai, I would go there. Any Callagher news? The latest news is that he's going to be a kind of a last-minute decision. That news was actually yesterday, to be fair. So a little bit maybe premature, but that's just when the press conference was. Tarkovsky or Porro? I prefer Porro. Gakpo or Ndai? I like both. Gakpo is more expensive, though, so it's difficult to make that comparison. Right. Verts or Gakpo. If you can afford Verts, I would go there. Thoughts on Marmoush? A little bit risky for my liking, particularly now that Foden is going to be available. But, I mean, it's difficult to say Marmoush is a bad pick. He's just a player who can maybe hurt your feelings. Oh, let's throw the team back on screen. We got a super chat from Reese who says, any replacement for Gu? Up the tune. If you don't fancy going for Gu, but you do want a 4.5 million forward, the second best guy is probably a guy called Krupi Jr. Plays for Bournemouth, young prospect for them, expected to have a bright future, but maybe minutes are not going to come for him immediately in the Premier League. But he's probably your second best bet. He'll maybe get some minutes off the bench, but that's probably the best you can kind of hope for in the 4.5 million forward category, I would say. Any team news? Great question. I hadn't even considered it. Oh, crap. We're meant to be doing the FPL Team Name World Cup. I keep forgetting. Right. Beef Jerky won the round. Maybe we'll finish off the poll on Twitter, to be fair. I've got still 4 more. There's no way I'm getting through these. There's no way we're getting through all 4 in 17 minutes. I keep forgetting about this. Maybe it's just today has gone so fast, man. So fast. Like this, I can't even believe how long I've been streaming for, and it doesn't even feel like it. It's flown by. But the latest poll is in for the Team Name World Cup. Rory with a super chat here, $5. We got American in the house. Anderson versus Reindeers. I would go for Reinders at this point, I think. Yeah, I think I'd go for Reinders at this point, but I think both have their own risks attached to them. I think both have their own little risks. Indeed. Dewsbury Hall or Reinders? Currently, I'm on Dewsbury Hall with the 0.5 in the bank. Ross says, if you were to follow and pick what the AI recommends on Fantasy Football Hub, would you do well? Curious. You would be competitive. You wouldn't win FPL, though. You would be competitive. I'll put it that way. So if you are like completely... if you just don't want to think about FPL and you just want to follow along with that algorithm each week, which they have massively improved this year, then that is possible. You could just do that. And you would get a competitive rank. I don't know if you would win every mini league necessarily, Well, no, to be fair, you might win a lot of them. You might win a lot of them. It depends how many you're in, I suppose. But you'll beat your like slightly more casual mates, no problem. Easy, light work. Q95 with a super sticker. If you meant to put a message in that Q95, do let me know in the chat and I'll read it out. T-Bat says Slanky in or out. I'm currently on out, but I'm open to in. Savino is out in regards to Marmouche. And that is a really good point regarding Kudus, I suppose. But is Savino realistically going to sign for Spurs? What are the odds looking like on that right now? What are the odds? Let's see. Savino to Spurs odds. Are they really going to sign both Eza and Savino? Surely not. It's kind of cooled a little bit. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Is Kudus too risky? This is the question I'm contending with right now. Rotta and Solanke or Bruno and you. If you're going to bench, if you're happy to bench that one of those slots every week, then Bruno is easy. I do have 0.5 in the bank. Did I miss a super chat? Did I? No, I got them all. If Q would be benched, then yeah, you can go Bruno, I think. Right. Can I go for Semenyo or Rogers? Is it worth the risk? Rogers is going to be nice, but not necessarily in game week 1. Do we just go for it? Now we think he's going to be more readily available. Even if he doesn't play Newcastle, you've got Brentford there next. Will I be happy with someone coming off the bench? Is bench boost game week 1 still good? Not totally convinced. Should we just try this on for size? Let's just see what it looks like. Do I love double Aston Villa attack though? Not massively. Perot is kind of done as an FPL asset, I think, now that Calvert-Lewin is signed. I don't know where I go here. What have I gone for Richards over Anderson? He just fits my structure and rotation a little bit more for my personal strategy. I like them both, for the record. I like them both a lot. Is Njai a better pick than Dewsbury Hall? Probably, but he's also 1.5 million expensive, so is it worth it? Is it worth it? Start Frimpong or Juve and Gakpo or Rogers. Oh, man. If you have all of these players in your squad, then they probably shouldn't be in your squad, to be honest. Involt, thank you for the super sticker. But if you meant to put in a message, just leave it in as a regular chat and I will find it. Don't you worry about that. Right. I think I'm happy with most of this. It's Kudus is the one player I'm not totally happy with. Does have some good fixtures, but if I'm not going for Njai here, could I go for Ismail Assar? I'm a little worried about Eza leaving and that impacting things. Regardless of rumours, Pep says he's out for at least 2 weeks. Is this Savino? But has he said that because he's linked away and he's going to move? Is this like kind of tomfoolery? Is it tomfoolery? Kudus or Njai? I think if you want to play it safe, Njai is your guy. He's your guy. Grinders take a chance. I'm not feeling it. It sounds like it's a transfer I'm going to have to make. Yeah, I think I like Kudus. Like, look at this fixture run. It's absolutely marvelous. He's beautiful. He's gorgeous. And then Dewsbury Hall, it probably comes out of my team at some point, probably by game week 5. I could just leave him. Depends what I end up doing if I start building a bench boost potentially. There are options. No, no Arsenal players for me. Isn't Jai a better pick than Dewsbury? I did answer that. Yeah, he is. He's just a lot more expensive. Does this team leave 0.5 in the bank? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Could do kudos to Rodgers. Yeah, I could do. Yeah. I don't know. I might leave it to fate. Kudos to Rodgers feels more sensible. Maybe that covers me just for like the smart picks, right? Might stitch me up game week 1, but come game week 2, we're going to start looking a lot better. This feels like the 50-50 that is going to really hurt me, though. I think I prefer Kudus to Sar currently, though. Let's see. I'm gonna check out. Let's see some other. See anyone else posted their team before deadline. What is the consensus on 6.5s? Yeah, I think maybe Rodgers over Kudus might be the play. Oh, it is. That's the consensus is Rodgers. Man, okay. Let's try it on. Let's just have a look. Let's make the switch. By the way, this is guaranteed. If I make this transfer, I make this swap, this guarantees that Kudus hauls game week 1. Guarantees. Guarantees. Cherky is not in the question for me. Too much risk. If I think Kudus is risky, then Cherky is on another planet in terms of risk. Another planet. Rory says Thiago and Van Dijk or Joao Pedro and Juve. I like Joao Pedro and Juve. Which is not too much of a surprise because they're both in my team. They're both very much in my team. Why not toss in? I like my other options here a little more, I think. Frimpong will start game week 1, yeah. I think after that it might get a bit more techie because some of Slot's comments in his press conference from yesterday, it was kind of like, yeah, Frimpong and Bradley, they're gonna be competition and really help the team. And it's like, I want you to tell me which one's gonna start every game week. I don't want to hear they're both in contention, really. So I'm worried a bit about the future of Frimpong. He's a little bit. If you're paying 6 million for a defender, I want them to be a player I can play every week and never worry about. And I don't think Frimpong right now offers me that confidence. But if you do feel confident in him and your feeling is slightly different, then yeah, again, I never want to stop someone making a decision. Just got to do what I think is what makes me happy and comfortable, I suppose. So that's how it is. Right. Okay. What else we got here? Why we answered why Rich is over Anderson, but it's just it's a structure thing for me. I like both. I like both options. Pep's really keen on Savinho. I doubt that transfer would happen, but Pep's Pep. Who knows, man? Who knows, Rowan? Who knows? Kudus or Gakpo? Genuinely, I think Kudus. I think you can put that million to work in the Kudus versus Gakpo debate. Kudus, Rodgers, or Semenyo, pick one. By the way, I like all three. And I would say for my final position in my FPL team, those are the three I am considering the most. Those are the three I'm considering the most. Rodgers, Kudus, and Semenyo. I like all three of them. I think long-term, Rodgers is probably the better play. We get to 1,000 likes. Oh, sick, guys. Thank you so much for that. Oh, it's one away on my screen. We need one more like to get to 1,000 likes. Surely. Come on. One of you's got to like it. One of yours. We've got a couple of thousand people here. Can we get another like? Can we do it? Would massively appreciate it if so, guys. Reinders or Adingra. I think I prefer Reinders. I think Thoughts and Perot would not touch him with a 10-foot barge pole because he is going to be rotation risk with a young Mr. Name escapes me. A young Mr. Calvert-Lewin. LSG, thank you, mate. Get me over the line. Oh, Dabiang also claims to be the 1,000th liker. Damn, likes jumped to 1,200. Oh, guys, you all did it at the same time. You legends. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed already as well, would massively appreciate that. Massively appreciate that. Hopefully, we're going to be putting out some really, really good FPL content this year. As you guys know, well, if you've been around for a while, you'll know we do put 110% into every video that's produced. So hopefully that comes across as well. Thoughts on Beto? Yeah, I don't think I would touch him. Too risky with rotation with the new striker Barry. Rodgers and Romero or Porro and Njai. I would go for Porro and Njai. Yeah, Porro and Njai. How come Rodgers over Semenyo? I think both are a little sticky for game week 1, but I think I trust Rodgers more. I have more faith in him generally than Semenyo. I like Semenyo though. I really do like Semenyo, and it's close between them. But I think I trust. I'm looking for players I trust. I really don't want to get off to another false start this season. 3 minutes till deadline, by the way, guys. We are super tight now. None the wiser says, last minute I've removed Joao Pedro to Sesko. An even shinier new toy. What's your favourite forward for 6 million or less? I would say Fulkrug at West Ham. Team news, team leaks. We've got nothing, guys. I think it's time to lock in, to be honest. I think it's time to lock in. I'm going to make sure my team is 100% in the right order. We got the right players. I haven't made any mistakes here. Sanchez, Murillo, Pedro Porro, Juve, Bruno, Salah, Palmer, Dewsbury Hall, Rodgers, Watkins, Joao Pedro, Dubravka, Esteve, Riches, Mark, Hugh. Oh, we're looking good. Let's give it a little refresh. Has the website crashed yet? No. Holding on strong. Do I need to do anything other than click save your team? Hey, if that's the last job on the list, then you're looking good, my friend, I think. Looking very good. Right. Yeah, I'm happy. 2 changes from yesterday's team selection video, and I think they were relevant changes based on new information. So we're going to have to say, I know there will be people who complain, say, Dan, I can't believe you changed your team last minute without telling us. I'm going to have to say to those people, you're going to have to deal with it. You guys are going to have to deal with it. Because it's almost deadline time, guys. I got my Venezuela we're ready to go. We are so ready for a deadline. We'll throw my team on screen again because I know there will be people saying, Dan, show your team. I want to copy it. You should captain Salah. Oh, hopefully the captain's armband is already on Salah. Is Joao Pedro a better choice than Mateta? In the opening 3 game weeks, yes. After that, I'm not so sure. Right, we are so close now, guys. We are so close. Oh, my word. Show Team Gang back. Oh, Show Team Gang never left. Never left. Site's crashed. Of course it has. This is the way. How long we got, guys? It's like, I feel like it's like New Year's Eve. It's like kind of like New Year's Eve. We got 30 seconds to the new year, the new season of FPL, the new Premier League season. Here we go. Where'd you get your sunglasses from? Hey, if I gave these kind of pieces of information away, then I wouldn't be in the place I am right now. I probably would, to be fair. Right. As a South African, it's Vuvuzela. Sorry, I'm saying Zuela, like I'm trying to say it like Venezuela, like the country. Vuvuzela. Got you. Thank you. Right. FOMO of having neither Haaland or Salah. You should have FOMO. But guys, we are locked. The FPL deadline. That is probably so loud. I'm so sorry. That's probably annoyed many neighbors. But we're in. We're We are locked. Yes. Guys. Happy New Year. Happy new FPL season. Oh, my word. Guys, this is it. We're locked in. How are you guys feeling? Are we feeling confident? Are we feeling nervous? I mean, tell me. The mic cut out, the noise gate cut it. Probably a good thing, you know. Probably a good thing. All right. Well, it was a fun idea. Believe me, it was very loud and neighbors were annoyed in the process. Maybe if I do it from further away. If I do it from over here, can you hear it? There we go. I think that worked. Just had a door slam in my house, so I think I may be annoying wives. There we go. Right. Well, I'm a little worried. Name World Cup. Yeah, we're going to have to finish this on something else, I think. We're going to have to finish it in future streams. Panic at the Cesco won that particular round, but I'm not sure anyone cares. I'm not sure anyone cares. Fun idea, though. Yeah, we'll to be continued on that one. 1 year headache. Here we go. Right, guys. Let's see your opinions. H says they're cacking his pants. He's cacking his pants. Daniel says best of luck, my fellow Dan. SK Lone Wolf says games crashed. Yeah, no shock. Q95 says loving the Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, it's sick, isn't it? Top 10 anime, we'll say, on Hunter x Hunter. Maybe top 5, actually. There we go. Tim says I still remember. Vardy's nuts. Giant says I care. Fair enough, man. Vivout says nice team, Dan. Best of luck, bro. Thank you very much, and good luck to you as well. Let's throw my team back on screen. Just for a final minute, just so those of you who haven't seen it can see it. But I am gonna have to go because I've got to head into London in we're going to leave in 10 minutes, and I need to have a shower because I've been sitting in this boiling hot room for the last 4 hours doing the stream. But I've enjoyed myself today, guys. So thank you so much to everyone who joined me for today's stream. Those who have joined as members, giving super chats, and everyone just leaving likes, subscribing, helping out the channel massively, or just hanging out and chilling out with me for a couple of hours. I've massively appreciated hanging out with you guys, talking about FPL and having a bit of fun as well. But guys, that is going to be it from me today. I got to get out of here. We got a train to catch, a one-way train to FPL Points City. That's where I'm going. But a massive good luck to you guys. Enjoy the restart of the Premier League. Enjoy the restart of the football, and enjoy FPL, man, because that's what it's all about. Appreciate you guys so much, and yeah, just enjoy. I'll catch you guys over on Instagram, Twitter, maybe. But aside from that, gonna have a day off tomorrow and chill out and watch the football. Can't wait. I'll be back with content maybe Sunday, maybe Monday. We'll have to wait and see. But thank you once again for watching. I'll see you next time, and I'll see you later, mates. Good luck. Enjoy. Bye-bye.